Hello, YouTube cubes. I am here finally. I'm a bit late. Half an hour at least, maybe an hour. Let me explain. So I got up this morning. I was tired. Lucky last night was relentless. Actually, all of yesterday he was relentless. He saw me on stream, having to stop, walk away, that kind of stuff, take him outside, that kind of thing. I don't know what was wrong with him, but he continued even after stream into the wee hours. Like at 4 o'clock this morning, I was up. He had peed on the floor. He peed on the floor again at some points, but in the bathroom, he's just leaving treats all over the place. Like last night, he peed out in the hallway. He's not using the puppy pads. We don't know why. He just he won't settle down. He keeps whining, keeps crying out. We give him food. You know, he eats it. But then he stops eating it, and we give him treats. He's fine. He's drinking water. He's going to the bathroom. I see nothing wrong with him. I've rubbed him down. Nothing seems to be like wrong with him, anything like that. So last night, I tried to get him to sleep with me in the bed, and he just kept waking up, and then he would just like try to run on me. I don't know if that makes sense, but like he kept scratching the crap out of me and stuff. So I didn't get the best sleep, but you know, so what happened was this morning I was up at in time to start the 2-a-day, and I was a little tired, so I went to go take like a 20-minute nap, but then Lucky was running around again, so I grabbed him and curled up with him and covered him with the blanket, and Bo was already there just so I could try to get 20 more minutes of like nap time just to get the sleepiness out of my brain. Yeah, that turned into an hour. They are all warm. It was comfortable. Lucky stopped moving around. And then, yeah, so I rushed the last 20 minutes to get ready and go. But the great news is that I have everything else done. I did it last night and stuff through the chaos. So we got part 21 right now. We got part 22 later. I do want to start today a little bit differently. We're going to go in the game, I think, first. Just to change the music. Oh, I just picked the wrong one. I just picked the wrong one. That's okay. We can start here. Yeah. We just need different music. We'll do the fall music. That's fine. Because there's a huge comment that I do want to address here. So there's a playlist. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that good stuff. Okay. It's going to be 22 parts. The next part later today, if we do not finish it in this part, which I'm only going to give it about 4.5 hours because I'm an hour late. That's it. It's got to say finale in the thumbnail. It's the last one. If this should be the last part, the thumbnail will change over to finale. And I want to have enough time too to give my thoughts. So maybe by cutting the show early, I can give those thoughts. But if not, I will keep going until I give my thoughts and stuff. But I did want to start with this. You guys aren't going to be able to see the comment unless you go to part 18 and see the comment. But there's a big comment that I read through there that I want to read here to make sure that I get my thoughts across better than I can type them out. I'm not a very good linguist on the computer. I know this because I've been on Twitter. Sometimes I'm trying to convey something through text and it's not happening. So I can do it better when I speak to people, I think sometimes. I probably have a bit of the ism, so that's why it doesn't always come out well and things like that, even when I'm talking to someone. Sometimes I seem sarcastic when I'm not. I'm not trying to be sarcastic or anything like that, or I'm not being, I don't know, tactful. What are the words that have always been used at me? My wife always says, use your words. And then I try to explain to her that don't always go well. All right. Because like sometimes my brain is just like, this sucks. Right. And I want to get that message across, but I don't know a gentler way sometimes to say it besides saying that fucking sucks. And that isn't going to work for most people. Some people are like, oh yeah, okay, I won't do that again. But like, again, I think I offhand said something yesterday about either accept me or you don't type of thing. But anyhow, I think this is a really great comment. Before we start, I don't want anybody to get the idea that this person is attacking me or I'm attacking this person. This is a good conversation to have because I don't think we're on different pages. I think we are just two different people, and I want people to understand my thoughts on this comment. And it's really long, so we're gonna spend like 15 minutes here because they have another comment, and I'm gonna see what that is here in a moment. But I read through it yesterday in between parts, and I was like, okay, maybe that's why I had adjusted some things for the next part. But anyway, this is Empty Goddess 22 on YouTube, which for a moment, when I see a name like that, I always think, is that a bot? It could be a bot. But then I started reading, and we'll see. But here we go. Hello, as someone who loves this game, I just want to give you my thoughts on why I like it so much. I'm not trying to convince anyone, of course, just wanted to share my opinion. So, yes, share your opinion. Always feel free to share your opinion. If you are factually wrong, I will say something. But if you're giving your opinion and you start with saying, hey, this is my opinion, I will respect that. So that's the other thing. A lot of people out there do want to change minds and be like the thing I like. But reading through this, you'll see that this is a bit different. I don't really rate games because I think ratings are pretty useless, but as an easy comparison, I like Roots of Pacha more than Stardew. It's kind of not that close anymore. So I too think ratings are a bit meh. I give them because that's what people are used to. But overall, if I say I like this game more than that game, it does give me an idea. So this person says Roots of Pacha is higher up on their list of what they like to play than Stardew Valley. And it's not close, so there's a gap. And here we go. I played over 200 hours in Stardew, and I think I'm in year 8. That's some stuff there. I reached perfection and had all the achievements minus the 2 Journey of the Prairie King ones before 1.6. I hear you there. I was excited for 1.6, but trying to play Stardew Valley after playing Roots of Pacha was quite frankly painful. I think I played about a weekend game of the 1.6 update and it wasn't fun at all. The controls felt clunky and weird. I hated having all my tools in my inventory. The animals needed to be let in and out of the barns, and I'd really been excited to get the new achievements. I had lost all interest. You do not have to let the animals in and out of the barns, by the way. Just leave the door open. Unless you mean... Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Like, so I get some people like leave the door closed and then they pet all the animals, then let them out. Like I've seen that, but usually I just leave the door open. That could ease up on that burden there. But anyways, let me get through this first part. Animals out. I'd been really excited to get the new achievements, but I lost all interest. I'd never be able to 100% the game anyways because I don't have the skill for the Journey of the Prairie King achievements. I just gave up and haven't had the urge to go back since. I am in the same boat. The Journey of the Prairie King achievements suck. Okay? They suck. A lot of people have cheated them. And the thing is, with the new achievements, I also understand that. It's a bit of a grind to go back and have to do these things you've already done before, or in certain circumstances, get the materials to get the stuff to get it done. But 100% understand that Stardew Valley does have thorns. I just don't feel them as much as other people because I'm 1,500 hours into the game. And I've played it through and through, and I've sort of just... It's almost like the same thing when I go back and play the original Mario, and there's only 2 buttons. And people don't understand, like, how do you play the original Mario so well? It's so hard with just the 2 buttons without being able to control the sprint. No, you can control the sprint, you just don't always have to press the button. Binary, hello, welcome. And it's just one of those things that when you're there from the beginning and that kind of stuff, and I don't know if this person was Empty Goddess, but when you feel the controls just aren't working for you, it's either you were there in the heat of the fire and it's become a part of you, or it's just they're going to feel clunky. They're going to feel bad. So I understand 100% where this person is coming from. For me, when I go back to Stardew Valley, it's so ingrained in me, it's probably what's making Roots of Pacha less fun for me. So having played Roots of Pacha has probably set you off on a journey of there's better controls, right? There's got to be something better here, which is actually a good thing. I have about 100 hours in Roots of Pacha. It would be a lot more, but I had a baby a couple months before 1.3, so I've only been able to play 2 weeks in-game of the new content. Congrats on the kid. But I love it. And I've been working toward 100% before the update. I'm in fall year 2, so I had a lot of time threads completed or missing 2 to 3 items. Wasn't focused on breeding, but I've gotten almost all the best quality animal products I need in the 2 weeks I've played by having lots of animals. Well, it hasn't felt that grinding to me at all so far. It's been very fun. It's very fun to have goals to work toward, and I'm making progress pretty quickly. The end game is much more enjoyable than hunting for artifacts and endlessly fishing in Stardew Valley. Artifact troves. That's all I gotta say. Artifact troves. Oh. Hi. Eyes? Sorry. Finally got a response to something. But anyhow, congrats on the baby. Where was I? So only 2 weeks in, and it looks like they were set up going into year 3 so far, if they even have to make it there. In my opinion, Roots of Pacha took everything I disliked about Stardew Valley and made it better. I love the shops don't have hours. That is great. The map is fantastic. Also great. Animals don't sleep and they don't have to be let out. I really appreciate that I don't have to hoard things. There are no stupid requests and no time limits. That's also the other thing about the quests. There are no time limits, and yeah, there's no request board. But I'll come back to that in a moment. No missing out on red cabbage and not being able to finish the community center. Know that 100%. Prophecies are pretty straightforward, and you get almost all of them by playing the game naturally. Feels so much more relaxed. I really like how they handled the caves. No more having to go home at floor 49 and losing all the progress. Stores stay open. No monsters, easy puzzles, and fun progression. Passing out has basically no consequence. Having kids in the game is actually super cool and worth it. It's a much more satisfying experience to me. So I'm going to take all that as you enjoy that 30% of Roots of Pacha that I talk about that is different than Stardew Valley. And I think I've said this before. That is everything. Like the other farm sim, date stuff, blah, 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 that's in there, it doesn't really matter how they do it, but you're talking about the other stuff that makes it different from Stardew Valley or any other farm sim in general. So what's nice about what you're saying is that the other side, the people enjoying the things that I haven't enjoyed fully myself because I see things that other people aren't seeing. And that's a me problem because I got too close to how the sausage is made. I got too close. I've played video games for too long, too many games, and decided I want to be a game dev and went and looked at things, which is a silly, dumb thing to do if you just want to enjoy video games. When you just want to enjoy something, you just enjoy it. It's learning to be stupid because every human wants to be smart. They just learn things. They just do things. And the problem is some of us, like me, take it too far, and we see these little things here and there that start to just put pressure on us. So where you see there's almost no consequence, I see a huge inconvenience. Because I think, why is it that way, right? But you're probably not asking that question, and you don't need to, and I don't want you to, because I want you to enjoy the thing you're playing. I, on the other hand, am trying to it's in my head. I don't like it. And that is the difference between what you're saying and then what I'm experiencing. So, like, you enjoy the cave system And I do too. It just feels rushed, stressful, and then it feels like a big inconvenience if I do pass out. The thing you're talking about, the floor 49 and stuff like that on Stardew Valley side, again, I'm not defending the game. That is because roguelikes are a big thing, and Stardew Valley wasn't escaping that genre. So Skull Cavern and probably anything we're going to find in Stardew Valley Expanded, the thing with that is that it was meant to be a new experience every time you went in and did it. So that isn't going to be for everyone. It's not even for me. I like the mining of the mines. I do not like Skull Cavern as it is. I agree that it just sort of sucks that I get a bunch of progress, can't go back and get a bunch of the resources, but I think that's because the resources are supposed to be hard to get, and it's one of the better ways to do it. We're talking about Iridium, but after a while, there's just no point to it, right? Or at least it feels that way. Once you get to like floor 100 of Skull Caverns, you've unlocked everything as far as I can tell. There is a challenge mode, I think, that was added at some point. I really don't know what that is. I haven't got there yet. I haven't tried it, that is. And as you say about the prophecies are straightforward by just playing the game, and it feels so, that's the streamlining that they're doing in Roots of Pacha that I'm going to see if that's in another game. I do like that, but it does, for me, as someone who is task oriented in a way, it feels like it creates executive dysfunction for me, and then my brain gets jumbled trying to juggle everything around. It feels like I have to do everything, right? So for me, that's where I've been tripped up a lot. I don't blame the game for that. I've been blaming myself for that, but I've been sharing my frustrations of how it feels like everything's happening at once and then nothing at all. But it is a very streamlined thing where I've also sat back and not done the thing, because I feel like too much is happening. I've just stopped doing one thing, kept doing, and the game would just keep going on the other stuff. So, yeah. I don't think the caves are bad. I just don't feel like I have the time to explore them well, because in Stardew Valley, they don't really hide anything in those games. But it's not just Stardew Valley, it's other games. They really don't hide anything in the mines, you know? This one, it seems it has secrets and other things that I missed because of just how elaborate it is. Is that a bad thing? No. It just didn't feel good to me from when I started trying to progress the achievements. Again, it feels like I have to do a lot of things there. But anyhow, let me continue. I should just read the rest of this now. While I do love Stardew Valley, Roots of Pacha has won the top spot. Perfection feels very attainable within 3 years, less if 1.3 had been out when I started playing, which is an interesting thing too. I do want to add that I had 1.3 in my hands. A lot of people didn't. So I do think you could get this done in less than 3 years in the 100% for the Steam achievements. But other than that, there is no reason to do what I'm doing. Just enjoy the game, you know? So for me, this is plus. I don't really need a game I can play indefinitely. I like being able to complete a game in one playthrough and move on and actually get 100% of the achievements. Me too. I know you feel Roots of Pacha has a lot of thorns, but I haven't really encountered any. Or maybe they haven't bothered me enough to be considered thorns? That's correct. So it's felt like a much better game overall. Are there things I wish were different? Of course. That's any gamer. But they don't hamper my enjoyment. In Stardew Valley, at least upon revisiting it, the thorns made me not want to play the game. In Roots of Pacha, I can't wait to play more any chance I get. In fact, I'm already working towards unlocking all of the color variants of animals, but I think I'm going to try to get all of the items in the time threads instead, or just what's required as an extra challenge. Sorry for such a long comment. Never be. This was actually an enjoyable one. I'm certainly not trying to change your opinion. I can see why aspects of Roots of Pacha would be unenjoyable or frustrating to some. I just want to offer a different perspective. Hope you have a good one. Empty Goddess, that is a fantastic comment. And this is exactly what I talk about when I tell people, take everything I say with a grain of salt. The thorns bother me. They don't bother you. They don't bother everyone. But I do see things that could be improved, so those thorns don't exist at all. And that's the problem. I've seen how the sausage is made. I've seen that these engines can be worked with and molded, and I've seen devs handle it in very great ways, and then in not so much. Stardew Valley has thorns, but they do not affect me. Just like in Roots of Pacha, those thorns don't affect you. And if they do affect me in Stardew Valley, I may have just been stuck by them so many times, I don't care anymore. And Roots of Pacha, sadly, the game is still newer to me by 15 times less than Stardew Valley. So therefore, I'm going to see them over and over and over and over. Even in a game where I've spent 20,000 hours in Guild Wars 2, there are thorns that happen that still stick me, that bother me immediately, and the salt comes flying out. And it's not the fact that they haven't been resolved later or whatever. It's the fact that they could be, but the devs haven't changed it because maybe they can't. Maybe they don't know how. Maybe the game just don't work that way, right? And the sad part is, in my silly little brain, I think it can be fixed. But some of those thorns I also know can't be fixed at all. Like a studio going back and fixing legacy code is extremely dangerous to break more things and create new thorns, right? So when quality of life I'm talking about, it's sort of like taking those thorns and shaving them down. You might feel the bump, but it's not going to be as bad. You love the map system in Roots of Pacha. The reason why I don't like it as much in Roots of Pacha as I do in Stardew Valley, first of all, I modded Stardew Valley, so that helps. This game modded, I think, will be fantastic for anyone. The thing is, in Stardew Valley's map, it's in with the rest of the other menus. I don't know why it's not that way in this game. It's those type of things that separate me from you. I'm asking questions that don't need to be asked. Ignorance is bliss. And the thing is, I can't let it go. My brain just sees it, it knows it's there, and continues to trigger me every time it sees it. And it's just, that's what happens with me in video games. Some people are like, do you even like video games? I love them. I do think I'm going to give this game a 9 out of 10. And I do think this comment just expresses how much it's important for new video games in the same genre that are even similar need to come out, because you love Stardew Valley, but you find more love in Roots of Pacha. And this expresses that perfectly of how people like me may not like Roots of Pacha as much as Stardew Valley, but this is why these games need to exist. This is why we need that freedom of creativity and stuff. That's why. And also, boom. I replied to this at the beginning of part 21. If you'd like to listen, or you're already watching, who knows? But I think that's a fantastic comment. Thank you very much for this comment. Means a lot. That seems sarcastic. I'm gonna put that there. But yeah, I just think you get the same thing sometimes, Stephen. Like, yeah, it's just that we've become snobs. That's what I explained to someone. I've become a snob of video games. I don't look the part, but I definitely speak the part. My frustrations, my salt, my anger towards things are very unwarranted in a lot of situations. Or it's a me thing, not understanding the thing in front of me because I'm either... No, it's not an either. I'm overthinking it. 9 times out of 10, 99 out of 100, 99 out of 99 times, it's probably me overthinking the damn thing or missing something along the way because my brain was like, skip. See why school got very boring for me? Oh, this is how you solve these problems. Got it, okay. Now here's 20 homework things to do. Why? That's how you solve it, right? You gotta practice. Why? You gave me the formula. If I write the formula down and then I see, oh, it's this thing, then I use that formula. Oh, but we're not going to let you write that down on for the test. Why? See how real life doesn't work that way? In real life, what's the formula? Oh, there it is. All right, we put it in there. Solve for X, Y, whatever. There's the answer. Some people are like, oh, you can just type in Google for the answer. No, that's double checking your work. That's different. That is different. 100% different. Chaz, we weren't completely corrupt yet. We're not Dark Souls fanatics. Dark Souls fanatics is the epitome of ignorance is bliss. I say this in the nicest way. I think you need a certain level of IQ to enjoy Dark Souls fully. And I'm not talking to like 70 IQ. I'm not talking double digit. I think once you start pushing 130, 140, 150 IQ, you're not going to enjoy Dark Souls. Some will, because they might have conditioned themselves or had better parents. But I think a lot of times being closer to the middle for Dark Souls, just in general for IQ. And people always think like 70 IQ is terrible. No, 70 IQ just means the beginning of you don't understand things to the point that it could endanger you, right? So like drinking too much water can kill you may not be something that crosses that person's mind. While 75 IQ, it would. That's why IQ is not the best number to place on people, but I do feel like it's a good thing when you're talking about the high end. Remember, it's like 0 to 200, and you got 100. Most people are in the middle. That's how it works. And every year, the intelligence of the first 100 goes up. That pushes that 200 further that way. That's why every time I talk about it, there's 212 points to an IQ top, because there's inflation. Every time that they want to push the middle to smarter people, it pushes the people to the top down. And why that matters is because these people at the top may be so brilliant still compared to the middle that that's not a good number adjustment. Like, these people may just be able to do some very complex things in their head, while these people just are everyday people who get up and go to work, come home and just enjoy life the way it is, or not enjoy life the way it is. While these people up here more likely hate fucking life. Being smart sucks. I want people to understand that. Most geniuses and stuff are stuck in turmoil all the time. The reason that is because we think about all the parts, or all the things, or the specific thing, or whatever. It sucks. Don't want to know how the sausage is made, and you don't want to see the potential of humanity. You just don't, because it's depressing, right? But some people, they can't help themselves. They go out there, they get the information, and they come back and they want to tell people how cloudy it is. And sometimes I catch myself, and other times I don't. But that's just it. Sometimes when you are smarter than the people around you, it's really hard to adjust down. And it's not exactly down. It's adjusting over on the scale. How can I learn to be stupid? How can I enjoy this thing that I'm not enjoying? It's by being too dumb to care about it. It's about being just aloof to the situation. It's about enjoying the fog of war. We don't need to know everything. I wish I could forget certain things. This is why I stopped studying. This is why I stopped reading books. This is why I stopped doing that stuff. I've come back and started to target very specific things to see if I can make myself better at things I'm not good at. I think that's a good way to go about life for me at this point. But for others, if you go and you read the damn thing, it makes something else worse. And that seems silly when the thing is supposed to make things better, but it's better for people who didn't know it at all. When you have other parts of things, you start going, oh. And then when you see these quote unquote smart people on television explaining things and being like, this is how a black hole works, you go, That's not how it works. And you know that's not how it works, because there's no way it could work that way, since we have this information that we know is practically law of the universe, right? It's like the fact that people don't know, I don't know, let's pull shit out of the air. They don't know the Earth has a name. Or the sun or the moon actually have names. Like there's moons, there's stars. We call our sun sun because that's an English bastardization of what it's actually called, which is Sol. But we have a star, right? And people aren't going to call it a star. And they're not going to call it a Latin name anymore because they got pissy, so they call it sun, right? But at the same time, we call moons. Wherever you find a moon, but it's a satellite, right? But our moon does have a name. Go look it up. I'm not messing with you. So does our Earth. It's not just Earth. Earth is what we pick up and throw at people. Depending on its composition, then it's soil, or it's sand, or it's a goddamn rock. But Earth as a whole, we're talking about a cored giant rock. It gets bombarded by other rocks practically, but we have an atmosphere, thank God. So, but anyways, my point is, I know these things. So if somebody said, hey, why didn't we name Earth some funky name when you're reading through all the science crap out there in the stars? Because it's one of my favorite things to look out in the universe and just go, yeah, we're that small. It just frustrates me sometimes that people don't know some things. But I think they did learn it, they just forgot it, right? Or whatever. While my brain stupidly holds on to the dumbest shit. Like that. Like, who cares about that? Who cares that the moon is named the thing I'm not going to tell you? It's a loon. Anyways, this game, funny enough, talking about, that's probably why it's on the forefront of my mind. This game really talks about that, but they never talk about, they like call God Pacha, right? And then like you have the totems, but the totems are actually representative of certain like emotional, situational things. Like Bear sleeping and needing food in the winter. Bear is an entity of what happens then. Same thing. Monkey is fun and mischievous and music, right? We found that out. Through the stories, we learn what these creatures represent as a lesson in existence. And people have those kind of personalities that fit in those existences. Whether it's something they exhibit or something that drives them to do what they do. It's not a personality per se, but it is something that clicks with those type of things. But again, you know, here we are. Are video games fun? Yes. Are they fun for everyone? No. And why is that? Because some people like me find thorns, and we just don't like it. But I will tell you, if it says catch now on a damn fish and then freaking tricks me and it scares it away, that is stupid and dumb and idiotic and needs to be changed immediately. 1.4, where you at? Oh, the other comment, by the way. Empty Goddess again. Hopefully you see this before part 21. I'll be honest, I didn't see it until I brought YouTube back up. I normally wouldn't butt in, but given how close you are to the end, other than Martina's recipes, you don't need domesticated ingredients. You can use wild ones and they count fine. Might even be able to use wild ones for Martina, but I guess those ingredients would probably need to be domesticated. I haven't checked though. I hope you see this and it saves you some time. If not, I'll try to jump in your stream and comment if that's all right. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right. I've seen it though. I think I did try though, and it didn't work. I think I tried a wild pomegranate for the pomegranate and it didn't work. Which made me go, uh-oh. Because it doesn't say any pomegranate, so we'll have to see. And hello Chaz, hello Binary, hello Z Highness. Welcome. But anyways, that was 35 minutes and we're already late, so who knows if it's okay if we go to part 22. But anyhow, yeah. Great comment. Again, I think it just really showcases that the thing with Stardew Valley is I think I've just gotten so used to the way it is. But you saw as soon as I got to Ginger Island and they just had bad mini games, how much I started to dislike it. I do like the tool bar in this system. I think it's great to be able to pull up a menu. I just wish it paused when you opened up those menus. Again, it's like so close yet so far. It's one of those things that I see that go like just a little more, just a little more here. Boom, great, perfect. Don't touch it. But it's not there. It's the potential of things. I always see the potential of people, objects, things like that. I can't tell you how to make it better. I can't go, this is the code, right? I can't tell you what you need to do something less. I can tell you that you are something, and I see that you have moments of full focus and that you could absolutely dominate this field if you would just find a way to get that focus centered on these things that you're really good at and then just lead your field in that thing. But instead, you decided to go and try something else in a field that you really don't belong in, and now you're trying to get back in the other field and they're not letting you in because they saw the potential too, but you wasted your time because you didn't listen to me when I told you, hey, don't leave the field, just do these things. These people don't like you because you're better than them and you're going to be their leader one day, and they don't want you to be because you're going to tell them that they're dumb because they are, because these other freaking 20 people over here, they suck. Okay, they suck at their job, right? And you're going to tell them that they suck at their job, and they don't want to hear it because they know they suck at their job. They're just trying to hide it because they're insecure. But we don't need that in the world right now. We need people that get literally told to their face, hey, you're really bad at this, we have to let you go because you suck, instead of just pandering to them and doing some weird, like, what's that thing called? Peter! What's that thing called? You know, since you can't ever be a partner of a law firm? It's like a Peters effect or something. Go look it up. They keep promoting people to a certain thing. Shut up, I don't care anymore. They keep going up, right? They keep getting promoted. And then they just get to the spot where they can't get promoted anymore. It's because they're not good enough to get promoted, but they weren't really good enough here either. They got promoted to see if they were good enough to be promoted again. But then they just leave them there. That's why a bunch of middle management is a bunch of bad managers. Because they're bad managers. But the thing is, every time I hear that though, I go, well, who's training them? Who's mentoring them? Who's going in there and saying, hey, this is how you get to the next rung of the ladder, right? It's not a ring. How can they go up? Nobody's telling them. And it really infuriates me when I see potential. Someone did get at the position, but they're surrounded by absolute fucking morons. People who do not deserve it. Nepo babies, whatever you want to call them. Just people who got to that point and they're not good at their job. They need to be knocked back down until they are good at that job. But I think it's desperation a lot of times in these companies because hiring a new person is hard to do. The best way to prevent that from happening, by the way, which other companies do, and it's the only way, and it's how it works in life. Like when we send our kids to school, the reason why we send them to school is because there are these professional people of knowledge, and they teach these kids the knowledge that they know. The better the teacher, the better the knowledge is going to be imprinted on that child, right? The better we teach these children, the more knowledge they're going to be able to gain, acquire, and hopefully be able to use as they become an adult, right? And so what happens when you go to a company? The same thing should happen. Not everyone is promotion material. What they are is an expert, and you keep them where they are if they want to stay there. So if you go, hey, would you like to be promoted? And the guy goes, no, I really like doing my job. And you go, I've noticed you really like doing your job. I need to give you more money. Why? I don't want them to leave. Why? Because they're really good at their job, right? So I'm going to keep giving them more and more money. But when people come in, I go, this is how you do your job. This person here will teach you everything you need to know. Learn from them, shadow them, be them, right? And you too will get money for being really good at your job. Companies stop doing that. Now we got a bunch of people just mediocrely doing their job. And And the experts, they leave because they get promoted against their will. They don't really want the new job, but they offer so much more money in that new promotion. Then they find out, I don't like management. I don't like being lead. I don't like whatever, right? While the leads and stuff like that can't exist, you need an expert title. That person is getting paid as much as they are because they are better than everyone else. And I don't want to lose them. Boom. This isn't just blow schmo engineer. This is expert engineer. And people need to know the difference between some guy walking through the door being software developer, between that and expert software developer. That guy is better than you. Become an expert. If I have too many experts and I need a promotion and none of them want to take it, then we have to make decisions. I can't afford all of you and promote someone. Who's the least expert-y out of all of the experts, right? So anyways, by doing that, keeping experts in their positions, that people really love their job, paying them well, making sure they're taken care of, that they don't leave your company, as people come in and go up the ladder, they gain that knowledge just like you were at school. It's already been institutionalized that way. So every time you hire eternally, they have the skill, the knowledge, and the know-how of what those jobs entail to better manage those jobs when they get to the top of them. So they can look down and be like, I can trust this expert. I can trust this expert. I can trust this expert, just like the job owner, just like the managers before me. And so when I don't know something, I can still go to them and ask them questions, right? It brings confidence to your business. That confidence translates into profits. And those profits are extremely important because how you use them after that is everything. You turn around and give back to your employees immediately. You tell them that I'm not going to take your bonuses this year because things are tough. I lose my bonus. You still get yours because I need you here tomorrow. Because the only way this is going to fix is not by replacing you, it's by replacing me and how much I get paid. Because I'm failing you if my company is doing bad. Not the other way around. I'm going to take all your money to make sure I get my bonus is a selfish, greedy little fucking thing that will kill your company. This is why we see gaming companies just being thrown out because they think those people are replaceable. But now they're all indie devs and doing different things or in different job forces. So when we need good video games, we don't get them. Did you just ask if I have any quapes? But anyways, that's how you solve those problems. Enough about what I know. I'm in the wrong game. Empty Goddess, thank you for a comment again. This was the other game. So we need to back up to the title. But I just wanted to touch on that comment because I thought, man, that's fantastic. Yes, it's an essay. But it explains a lot, like, of what this game does right as well and different, and just overall why somebody would just enjoy this game more than Stardew Valley. But also why I say you may or may not enjoy it as much as Stardew Valley, because I still enjoy Stardew Valley more than Roots of Pacha. But I'm also in a rat race right now, so who knows? Maybe if I sat back and just casually kept playing it, maybe it wouldn't have felt so bad. So now we're gonna start speedrunning the game. 0 lessons learned. But I do want to go ahead and check out to see if some of that cooking stuff does use something else, and something else was wrong. Just in case. We're sending them Savannah. So we need to move these days as fast as possible. We're gonna go through spring. An eye problem. When I see food, I want to eat it. You're not alone. Can I say something that may be controversial? Panda Express, not as good as I remember. Not as good as I remember. How do I know? Well, I had some, and, wild corn flour. Sell it. I don't think we're gonna use corn flour when I need wheat flour. Might be useful. We need better chickens. They're not fully grown. 4 best eggs. 1 egg away. 4 best eggs. I think this happens every time it rains. Bullhorn. Cow milk. 206 base. We got the cow's cheese. Oh, trees. Look at all these trees. Again, this is just to acquire knowledge faster. So there's wild pomegranate. Figs. No, that's black currant. We're looking for flowers on here, cherries on here. No cacao. 2 regular almonds. Holy cow. Progress. We got best dodo egg. We're waiting on best feather. We could also get best feather from chickens. Best manure from pig. That's right. Almost thought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We could get best goat horns. We could get best goat milk. A JK, already got it. I can say that because Panda Express has never been good to me. Just mediocre and kind of bland. Yeah, that's what I noticed. All their food looks really white. And I never noticed it before. Like their crab rangoon, it tastes how it looks. Oily. No, like I don't know how to explain it. Like when it's not that golden looking crab rangoon, you know? Doesn't have like that a color texture look to it. It just sort of looks like it's made out of yeah, that is what they're making out of. It's the same things they use for wontons, I'm sure. Egg paper? I forget what it's called. Look at this. Look at this. How much are those horns? 84 base. Most stubborn of horns. All right, we still need 1 million contributions, so we still have stuff to do. Goat cheese. We need cow's cheese. 9 wild pickled broccoli, 204. Pickled cabbage was 186. We're gonna get wild pickled butternut squash, base 35. And then we're doing pumpkins. Cool. Gotta get these plants. It's weird how you can walk through some of these things, but not others. Best, finally, best one of these. 32, not bad. Alright. We're going to be doing wine next. I'm not worried about the cheese. Let's do some contribution, and then let's check out the things I can use for cooking. We are 50-something thousand away. 49,000, less than 49,000 away from getting 1 million contribution. We need to cook all meals, catch all fishes, and finish the threads, which we are literally going to do at any gosh darn moment. What I have access to does not reflect what I can get. So getting best bull's horns or cow milk just probably ain't gonna happen. but best dodo feather can. Best goat horns, a bit of a stretch, but possible. That's 2 things right there. Best jungle fowl feather, also possible. That's 3. And then pig manure, possible 4. We just have to have a good day. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and write this stuff down. What do I need? What do I need? Let's start with tomatoes. Tomato. Tally. 1. Then I need a cherry. White strawberry. Oh, I need a blackcurrant. A cephalopod is a crab. Wait, I have it. Oh. I need an olive oil. I need a citron. We haven't got those yet. We've only gotten wild ones. I need cassava. I need coconut milk. Coconut milk. I need cow milk cheese. Cow cheese. And we have that. We may run out of one of these things. We have enough wheat for couscous. Let's go ahead and cook it. Bum bum. Nice. I don't remember if it's good or not. +5 harvest yield. Yeah. Oh, it's good too. Wait a second. Oh, this is the crab. A decapod is a crab. Decapod. I have an idea how to get one of these. Onion. What else do I need? 2 cabbage. Are you sure you want to write like this? It was sliding away from me. Goat cheese. Another citron. Tally that. I gotta make tortillas. Tortillas. 1. And then an avocado. Avocado. 1. Fermented fish. Firm fish. Fish. Okay, what else? Oats. Black sesame. Forgot how to spell sesame for a moment. And vanilla. Bean. We have this. Iban's traveling cakes. Which are actually really good. +50 max stamina, 140 stamina. It's crazy. Next page. Coconut. Not milk, just coconut. 1. Milk. 1. Another milk. Honey. Mango. An almond, which we have. Okay, I see one time I stabbed through this notebook, and we just hit that. Corn. I must have run out. Another onion. Tally that, baby. Beer. All right. Another onion. 3 onion. I'm gonna have to go back to the top. Potato. 1. We're gonna have to make more flour. For sure. A pineapple? Pineapple pizza? Plenty of pineapple. Chicken egg. Pomegranates. Pomegranate. 1. Oh, we can make this. Shiro. +5 food making. I believe that gives a chance for it to be, the food making gives a higher chance for it to upgrade a level. So like if it's using base products, it could be good. If you're using good products, it could be better, and so on. Fermented vegetable. Fermented veg. Rye bread. So I need rye flour. Any vinegar. I'm surprised more vinegar isn't used, in all honesty. Honey. Date. Just 1, it says. We already have olives. Olive oil, not olive. Olive. 2. The question is, what will I run out and when and where? That is my list of that, and it's beefy. Why is this unsorted? Did I do by value? Oh. Okay. So interesting. So I need rye flour. And then we can check some of this stuff. Did I need a fermented grain? It was a veggie and a fish. So I didn't need that. You can use the rye bread also as bread for other things if we need to. But we needed flour for things. I'm just gonna go ahead and grab some of this. I need to ferment a fish. Should have grabbed the porcupine. Do that. Ferment a fish, ferment a vegetable. Where are you going? Zorric? Excuse you? Can you explain? I don't think you can. It's gonna be a long first day trying to organize this crap. So let's ferment that. Need a vegetable. It said any fermented vegetable, right? Let's pull a new one. Throws you off? Well, we got a better one now. Been on a golden, a white one, a black one, I think, at some point. Vegetable. Root. And we need a potato. One potato. Did we need garlic or anything? I don't think so. Hold on. Put this down here. Alright, so this needs to be processed. Any of this stuff. Sesame. I needed a tomato. With a potato. Yeah. Nothing else in that chest. I needed a white strawberry. Should probably grab another chest because this isn't all gonna fit. Needed a black sesame. I needed corn, but we're gonna pull it out of the other one. I needed a bunch of stuff from here. One of these. Oh, see, that's a wild olive. Needed one cherry, one almond. Again, we're gonna grab some of the wild stuff to see if it counts. I needed one date. One vanilla bean. Two citron, right? Bring some of those, see if they count. I wonder if the olive oil would count with the wild olive. Okay. Before I forget, we're gonna grab some wood, some stone. Gonna make 2 chests. It's gotta take a spot. I need a random vegetable. That isn't cabbage. Broccoli. We're gonna ferment those. Needed oats. I needed corn. Just one. Okay. And I needed 3 onion. Inventory is full. Spada. We're on Spada right now. That's the name of the mount. I actually named it. Because we're never getting rid of that boar. Alright, we'll ferment those 2 things. Hold on. While I'm here. Do I need anything from here? I needed goat milk cheese, right? Goat milk cheese? Right? Hello? Hello? Goat milk cheese? I swear. Goat cheese, right at the bottom. And a vinegar. Cool. Oh my god, this is not my house. Why do I keep doing that? Am I high? Am I drunk? Am I tired? Yeah. Alright, first I'm gonna place this and this down. Next, I should have got rid of these mills. Hold on, some of them belong in this chest, right? No? Okay, well, I thought I would try. I do not care about the quality of the food. We're just gonna cook what's there. We can worry about quality later if I really like something that I think will help. Spidey! That's really freaking good. Making this better would be insane. Plus 20 foot speed, plus 16 riding mastery, and 162 stamina. And it's pretty cheap. Any bread, white meat, vinegar. I have tons of white meat. I have tons of vinegar. This is my coffee, I think. So this is my coffee. My espresso. And we got it this late in the game. Ba-da-da. Oh, I don't have any honey. Need honey for any other things too, right? Honey and milk. Do I have enough inventory space for those two things? Because I want to go get them now. Wait a second. What am I doing? Eat it. Move faster. Be better. Honk. We need milk. I have 5 inventory spots to fill. Splots? We gotta grab 1 egg. I only needed 1 milk. I'm just kidding, I needed 2. 2 milk. There were other things I needed in here. Beer. Yeah, this is why I made it. Didn't realize I already had fermented grain. That's why I fermented this, so we can probably turn that into vinegar. But the beer specifically, I needed just any beer. What is in here? What is in here? It's the other one, maybe? Why did I come in here? We don't need anything else. We need honey. And a pineapple. Hey, final pineapple. Don't get distracted. We're gonna need cassava, but not right this moment. Actually, right this moment. I'm not going back to the caves. Toss it. Put this food in here. Haven't needed it. Where was I? This one? I need 1 cassava, correct? Hello? Yes, this one. Boom. Can't wait until we have to do this in Stardew Valley. Not once, but twice. If you're confused what I'm talking about, we're gonna have to craft everything. We're gonna have to cook every dish. And I'm also waiting in that game to have everything that I need. That's it. I don't need anything else in there, huh? We got the corn. No pumpkin, no grapes. Honey. 2 honey. 2 honey. I think that's sunflower oil. I had pomegranates in there. Zorric, how do you not know where your house is, man? It hasn't changed since we built it. There we go. Nice. Stuffed dates. Here's the crazy part about most of these foods. They were sent to us first. So we've already had them in our hands. So that says olives. Did I grab the olives? We'll see. Just keep going. Pineapple, wheat flour, any cheese. Pineapple pizza. By the way, without the acidity from tomato sauce and some saltiness from something, that shows tomato sauce. But anyways, pineapple pizza, that one would not taste that good, in my opinion. Okay. Pierogi. Whenever I was like, Kroll's gonna give us pierogies, and then it didn't happen, and I was all like, oh. It turns out it's a 9-flour thing. Rye bread. Where's the rye bread? Okay. Gonna cook a rye bread here. Boom. Oh, I don't have the fermented vegetable, but I have the rye bread. It does count! The wild pomegranate. Maybe. I'm pretty sure it just used the rye bread. Nice. I've been holding myself back. How come you keep all the mills in chest? Wouldn't it be better just drop them for contribution? Because they have stats, and I'm a hoarder. Like, they have stats on them. These have some really good stats. But more than likely, we're about to do a big dumping. a big dumping of that stuff if we're not at a million contribution. So the jungle fowl egg did not count for the chicken egg. So we still have to wait for chickens, no matter what. I figured as much, but what are you gonna do? Beer battered onion rings. There we go. Nasima? I don't know. This is what I needed the almond for. Marzipan! Oh. Did we grab wild mangoes? We should try that. Lavash. See, the thing is, I didn't know what all the stats and stuff were gonna be on the mills. So, like, they ended up being... Lavash. They ended up being, I don't know. Try the wild coconut, too. Finally, can make some granola. You spilt the granola. Ah. It does count. The wild stuff does count. I think the Martina stuff really threw me off. I think that's what ended up happening. Is that something didn't work for something else, and I just assumed that's the way it was. Fish larb. Fermented fish. Tortillas. The wild avocado counts. How do we make tortillas? More corn? Go. Oh, it used my cheese. And the cabbage? Never grabbed it. Got it. Okay. It used my cheese. Oh, we can get the berry tart done. Ever so closer. Just looks like mixed berries. Like, some of this stuff is only stamina food. So it's silly. Alright. Got the rye bread. Sure we have lavash in the other one. 5 of them. Cow milk cheese. Coconut milk. Can that be wild coconut milk? I need olive oil after all. I need a crab. So we need olive oil, coconut milk, two cabbage, which I think was on the list. We're gonna grab a bunch of that goat milk cheese. Oh, can I make tortillas? There was like blue corn tortillas. Is there regular tortillas? Is it a certain kind of tortilla? Plain tortillas. So I need corn. But the jungle fowl egg did not count towards the poached egg. I need 1 corn. Try the wild mangoes with that. I don't know how many coconut we have. But we needed coconut milk, a coconut. Okay. Let's see what I'll remember. When will these be done? 13 hours? 5 hours? I don't think that matters anymore. Anything else I need will be out here. I have 3 coconuts. I need 1 coconut milk. What was the other milk? I had to write that one down. Let's grab corn. Grab multiple corn. I need cabbage. That's lettuce. Cabbage? 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 We have regular cabbage. Where's the regular cabbage? Did I miss it? Fennel. What? First of all, this is not in the correct order. 2 cabbage. I didn't grab the cabbage because I was thinking fermented cabbage. I needed a different milk. Grab the mangoes. I need olive oil. But it did not count for the olives, so we need to turn that into oil. What other milk did I need? Grab those mangoes. Citron counted. It's wild, right? Still have one. Oh no, I needed the milk of something else. Coconut milk and what other milk? No. I need coconut milk and olive oil. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Your house is right here. Literally put those two things together so you can run back and forth if you needed to. And you just not understanding. Okay. This one. Cabbage stew. Oh, I see how they use the meat. Tortillas. Pancakes. Tomorrow. Mangoes do count. Awesome. So Empty Goddess is correct. Wild stuff does work for things, just not the Martina's recipes. I wish it said any coconut then. Kulaban. This page is done. Fish taco. All we have left here, we can finish that tomorrow. So that page will be done. We have the olive oil. What the hell is this? Calamari salad. Okay, what remains? Cow milk cheese. Have to go get another coconut milk because it used any milk. Sort of frustrated. I'm sort of frustrated with that. I hate games using up specifics over not specifics. Generic Ibex milk sitting right there. That's the cow milk? Hold on, what? 824 base. Rip for the recipe, I guess. Fried cheese curd. Okay. Cassava cake. Casanova cake. That's what I was calling it. All right. I need a crab for crab cakes. I need fermented fish for the garum. I need a chicken egg. And I need a fermented vegetable. And 2 olives. That's it. So what's the holdup going to be? No, it's not good for contribution points. Another reason why I didn't care if I stored them or not. But I have so many of them now. Okay. Definitely keeping that over this. Anything without a bonus is about to be sold. It's all about stamina and min-maxing what ingredients are the cheapest for you to acquire at the best quality. That's pretty much the game as a whole when it comes to contribution points or stamina food or whatever. Plus 10 charm. Plus 12 charm. Plus 7. Plus 6. Yeah, a lot of good foods right at the end of the game when I don't need them anymore. Oh. I had to light it for it to provide light. Carrot juice just sitting in here for my wife. Keep getting this as a gift, but I'll sell it now. Don't need it. Don't need these either. Just don't provide as much as other things we now have access to. Baba Ganoush! Okay. Stamina recovery, I think, would be good in any circumstance. But I didn't need these other chests. But you don't know until you have them, right? An upgrade to traveling cakes too, which is interesting. Yeah. We can do something else with this. We can make carrot wine with this. At 90, it should come out pretty well. Okay, that took a bit, but we got a lot of stuff done, a lot of stuff going. Crab. That is the big question. What is the easiest crab to get? I need a decapod, specifically. Does this show me? Yes. So, a cockra, which is through line fishing, is a crab. Looking for a decapod. A hamaru, which is a legendary line fishing crab. A Ronnie? That's a trap fishing crab. That's not a crab? I guess it's a googly, which is a trap fish crab. A rocky. That's a trapfish crab. Wait, is the googly a lionfish crab? A grap, which is a lionfish crab. So we have to go line fishing or trap fishing. You know the answer to that. And we can do it before we go to bed. Let's need bugs. Oh, look at my genius ass. Keep in some of this shit. Because I'm a genius. Let's go! I know we're not springing the days along. But now that I know what I need... Now that I know what I need, we can do it. Don't know what I'm doing there. When I call for the boar, I open the menu. It will show up while that menu's open. Oh, that was weird. Can we go through there? Further down. One decapod. Uh-oh. Lucky's on the move. We haven't even done a day yet, have we? This is our first day we're doing. We're an hour and a half into the show. Been 45 minutes talking about the other stuff and just explaining things, and then... Yeah. We were one chicken, or jungle fowl egg away from getting a chicken. So... that's pretty much what we're waiting for. It's a race between Cooking All Mills and Threads right now. Let's go to sleep. And we'll know if the threads are done simply by the achievement popping up and telling me. 120,000. We didn't get it today. But we still have to check chicken eggs. A smallmouth. Better. Dr. Days make me happy. I feel so accomplished. 2 better wheat. Wow. Actually really good. That's really good too. Poop is poop. See ya, kiddo. Keep that for processing. I'm glad the tree fruit ended up not being, like, annoying. I'll still collect it, why not? We didn't do all this work for nothing, right? Right? Oh, what do we got? 2 banana. Banana. I love my chickens. Still only 4. That's right. I don't even have to check the animals till that pops up, except for these animals. Because I want the cheese. Contribution. Look at the cows! Wait, this is the male cow? It doesn't look that different. Disappointment. No new pig manure. Finally got the good one there. Not important. Just need auroch and cow's cheese. Pop. Carrot wine. 224 base. Yeah, beating out the wild pineapple wine. Cannot beat out the pineapple wine. That's base pineapple wine, by the way. So we'll do something with that. Gonna be able to pickle one pumpkin. Eight pickled broccoli at 204. 4 pickled wild butternut squash at 240. Pumpkin will be better. These two things are used for food. Fermented fish. Fermented vegetable. Grab the mushrooms for the cheese later. Best mandrake. Best sold. Boom, boom, boom. That's it. We're done. Oh, I should have fermented that smallmouth instead of any of the pumpkins. We'll wait. F it. We'll wait. We'll do bananas. Here. Get rid of them. Nah, we'll keep doing pineapple. I don't freaking know, people. This is a lot of stuff, okay? You remember it all. We need to go check on the decapod. Let's go ahead and do this. Depression Berry. Hello. Welcome. So are you like a berry that causes it to rain? You know, like, I'm trying to make a funny joke, and it's... You know what, Zork? Just stick to playing video games, man. Just... Alright, let's see if we get a decapod. Garbage. +7 fish catching. We have it in here? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I probably should have brought some more bugs just in case I don't get it, but you know what? Trust. Trust. We get some 09s in chat. Or, when I'm about to pull this crab out first try. First try. Fucking Aspie. Uh-oh. There it is! No, not 69s, 09. A simple... A simple A simple request turns into lewdness. Oh, 9, like you're holding a thing up that you're looking for. Instead of a salute. I got it! You know, like you're holding a... Never mind. You know, I was just trying to make something cool happen, and... Can't even do a damn joke. Can't even get the shit done. Alright, now we have even more fish. It's my decapod. The rest of these need to be put in production. For later. Be pickled. Oh man, all that's done? Hello, what's up? Okay, pineapple jam. Best pineapple jams, $14.34 piece. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Where are you going? Next, we're gonna do some of this wine. 5, 6, 7. Do 7 wine. It's gonna take longer, so we can let milk cheese and auroch cheese build up. That's goat. That's auroch. That's goat. We need mulled wine too, so we can finally use 8 parsley. Parsley with... Actually, with the carrot stuff, it may not be too bad. Not like parsley carries a heavy flavor. Well, in the wine, maybe. I don't know. Hold on. We're going through plant fiber like it's free. Spoiler alert, it is free. Crab cakes. We live off these things in Stardew Valley. What? Well, my 6 and 9 are for holding it high and down low with the double heart. That's it. You know what? It's gonna suck here in a moment when I realize it's not the chicken egg that's gonna hold me back. It's 2 regular goddamn olives. Ah! Olives. Okay. That's it. 2 olives and a chicken egg. What else do we gotta do? Nothing. Go to bed. Here we go. Now the springing starts. $14,501 contribution in my pocket. Again, for Sundays, we no longer need to go to the jungle and buy that fruit. Like how she forgets we have a kid now. White meat. An ostrich feather. The mammoth fast? Oh. There we go. You can see Zora. Doesn't matter. You know what? Feather 2. F it. Goes to the block. Okay. Checking chicken eggs. That's right, Chaz. That's exactly right. Trees. These two were ready at the same time. It's not ready. Nothing's ready. Did I leave anything in here? Okay. Production. Pickled pumpkin is $2.58 for the wild ones. Not too bad. Better RX cheese. Excellent. You grab this crap. Boom, boom. Go to bed. Oh, I forgot to sell anything. Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to sell anything. How terrible. What could it ever mean? Two ostrich eggs. Something's going on, Martina's shiny spinning rock. We did it! Vanna. Vanna. It's a race day. Or lavender, what the frick? No! You stupid ass game! You stupid ass game! You stupid ass game! Why it always has the first choice highlighted when I'm moving my mouse around, I have no idea. Alright, we gotta check chicken eggs. We're not gonna go to Martina right away. We got... Oh my goodness, everything is happening. 5 chicken eggs. Let's go. Let's freaking go. What is the thing that set off the thread, though? Whoops. Pig manure. Lol. The poo paid off. I see mangoes are ready. Wild mango. That's it. Okay. No milk. No reason to check any of them, right? Well, we could still that milk if we wanted to. I guess I really just do not care. I don't care about that. Go get chickens. And then we're gonna start murdering some jungle fowl. You know what? Let's celebrate by doing that first. All right, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Gen 1s. And there's at least 10 on the tree. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. Alright, I'm pretty sure this will just trigger a cutscene immediately. No? Do you have some time to chat? Yes. Can you date Martina? I'm sure my wife will understand that I need to marry a futuristic woman. The future! It's even better than it was. You see, it was me that broke the first thread. I was going back in time to get some fresh eggs for my restaurant. There it is. And two people saw me. Magra and Yakua. All I said to them was, "You're both the leader." You're both the leader? I had no idea that would change things so much. I don't think I said it mean. It was just simply the wrong thing to say. Went back to my time, but it was a place I didn't recognize. So much anger, so little empathy. I tried to fix it, but I seemed to only make it worse. The damage couldn't be undone. Strange as it is, I had a dream where a pink creature told me to find a Trella. Do you know what a Trella is? A human. Me. No idea. Are we winning? Yeah! Child made of stardust. I had no idea what that meant, but as I went through time, there were Pachan generations before you who told a story about how Pacha formed the totems from stardust. Then in my many travels trying to fix what I broke, I saw the eclipse, and I just knew that Trella was you. And I was right. Let me show you. Going to the future! Time travel cannot be good for you. This is my restaurant. It's not farm to table, it's evolution to table. And people thought I had wasted my trust fund. That's not what a time machine should be used for, they said. They were wrong. Look at this. This wasn't here before I left. It's an actual tree. These are all fake. I had no idea one could even grow here. Anyway, this is my grand reopening, and I had to invite you. Just when you go back, don't do anything you weren't going to do, okay? I'm sure it's fine. Chat, enjoy yourself. Yeah, chat, enjoy yourself. Restore all time threads, complete. Number of reserved tables, 1,260. Themes of the restaurant get more and more wild. I'm expected to believe some deity crossed space-time to grow this tree. I guess it makes as much sense as fast food fish spot in the middle of the desert. Capitalism, I guess. This time needed you. You restored the connection to me. I'm proud of you, my child. It's a Pacha tree! I just realized. That is a Pacha sapling. Don't listen to them. They just don't realize it yet, but I can feel it. There's something about the air here. It's kinder. The mammoth. Artina is so weird. She uses her trust fund to make trees grow again. Trees don't get you followers on social. jet stew? I have to say, this is the first restaurant I reviewed that had committed to its theme so much that it has an actual stone-age tree in person. I'm all for realism in these restaurants, but a ditch for restrooms is too far. Toilet paper. So this is the smell of wood smoke. I'm sure I could turn into the next Tindry perfume. Not in the perfume business, are you? Is this fire real? Holograms are so good these days. Isn't it great how food brings people together? Cool costume. Are you part of the entertainment? My dad paid a fortune to be at this grand reopening. Don't tell him, but I dumped the broccoli juice in the trees. I don't think cavemen drank that. They don't. But they did eat a lot of pickled broccoli. Synthetic vegetables taste nothing like the real thing. Worth every penny. Synthetic vegetables. Trees are more convincing than this mammoth bot, but it's still cute. Oh. It's a city, look at it. You ready for the finale? Yes. Let the show begin. What is an idea? It's a sundial. New way to fish. A way of life. People that value kindness over all else. An idea so big it's often forgotten, but Pachans never forgot. That's why I'm grateful to you. Your actions made the world a better place for the people around you. Now those invisible lines of kindness have rippled to us in the future. So thank you. Okay. It's time to return home. Thank you for teaching them our ways. Item replicator. Till we meet again. Replicates almost any item in the blink of an eye. If you blink slowly. Uses gem dust as fuel. The frick. So I need gem dust. Well, I'm gonna come back and annihilate all of humanity. Because I'm sure the future has viruses and stuff that we've never encountered and that have evolved to kill humans more effectively. So now that I come back, I'll kill all the Pachans, Mograni, and the Yakuans, and none of this would have happened. Chicken. Nice. Let's go make chickens. I'm kidding. I'm sure we would have been sanitized before we got sent back. Or maybe viruses and stuff can't survive time travel. But then I'm sure your stomach would be upset for quite some time. And you'd have to take probiotics to get it all back to... Anyways, enough thinking about it. Hold on. Yeah, we'll have normal chicken, I guess. I just realized, we don't have to wait. Well, we'll have to wait, but we don't have to wait to get a female chicken. We just need one. Last time I got 2 males. With 3, there should be an extremely high chance of getting a female. Gemstone dust. We're gonna have to make some of that. What do we have a lot of? These? Like, does any gemstone dust count? F it! We're throwing them all in. Not upgrading any of the accessories either. I hate the system. We throw gold dust in? A shiny chance? You can't put those in, but they're... Okay. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum, bum. Grind it all! Okay. We need 1 million contribution. We still need a chicken. We still need olives. The reason why I want that dust, by the way... F it, I'm selling this too. We're selling all of this. It's worth a lot. We can get a lot for it. We need 1 million contribution. What was I saying? Alright, so we got some soap. Pickled pumpkin. And then we can do this. Bum, bum. Just the right amount of fish. Bum, bum, bum. 12 pickled pumpkin. 2 suds. I need 4 more wine, it looks like. So I can do another set of wine. Grab 4 best pineapple. Vegetables count too, right? Hold on. Hold on now. Make squash wine. Oh my goodness, that's ready? Yeah, using the mill not only saves you time, but so we had 15 of these when this ran out. We're going to have, I think, 18 next time before these run out. I think something close to that, which means we'll get even more. If we're lucky enough, we'll get even extra, so it continues to like grow by using the mill versus if you don't use the mill. Oh, I cannot make juice that way. It would be alcohol though. But didn't we have tomato juice? Some vegetables. Okay. They knew. They knew what I was going to do. They knew it. Okay. With that thought process, I'm gonna go ahead and grab all of those. And And I'm going to go ahead and grab all of these. We're gonna pickle all of those. I'm going to 69 best. Nice. Wait, I don't need 4, I need 3, right? Because we already have those 4. Okay. So we're gonna make 3 pineapple juice, ferment them into pineapple wine. Best pineapple wine, I might add. And then turn that into mulled wine. So it's 180 base for best. Can't remember if we've done best or not. I need to fix the animals. Because they're gonna get hungry. No. Just gonna wait until we're on the last of this. I think go cut down a bunch and then have to do it then. That'll be like 4 days. I can also cut this grass down. Like so, because it grows back faster and I cut it down there. So maybe we need to do that every day? I don't know. Olives, chicken egg. That's all that's really gonna matter at this point for cooking all dishes. We also need to get to summer. 3,152. Is it Sunday? Yeah, meat from Grob. Need to start getting rid of more jungle fowl, gin 1s. That is so fucking frustrating when you want to go fast as possible, and the game already why? Infuriating. I didn't sell that shit. Oh well. Sesame. This one. We need to get rid of a jungle fowl. Gen 2. Gen 5? Doesn't really matter, does it? I used the best, so we must have been getting rid of jungle fowl faster than I thought. Trees! Regular wild olive. Cherries. Vanilla beans. Cherries came out better again. Be ready tomorrow, maybe? Milk. A good bull's horn. Only there's a way to convert food into a better product. Oh, you know what? I forgot to grab or see what this stuff looks like. It's still converting it, but amethyst dust, sapphire dust. Interesting. It doesn't have... It does have... It increases its value? Oh. Interesting. Because they're all 60, now they're 72. We're gonna sell all the manure. 4 best pig manure. 301 apiece. We're gonna sell all that. Yeah, we'll sell those. Sell that. I'll hold off on that milk for a moment. And then we have a lot of fur we can turn into threads. Getting to 1 million contribution will not take that long. That's better. We all, man, if we got best, like Wooloo fur or whatever, that would have been insane. Oh yeah, this is a good way to maintain it. Okay, cool. Production. We're gonna do these. Get best there. Best pineapple wine sits at a base of 448. We have those, and I have plenty of deal. Put in those casks when they're ready to go. But again, wine takes longer. Oh. I don't have inventory space. Damn. All right, we'll come back for that. Yes, that's what I want to do. Put it in one at a time. Sell everything. Can I make... That's actually good. It's the meat. Can I make more replicators? No, it's just sort of an in-game item. Interesting. It's wild? Oh. I'm gonna ferment the shit out of that. I forgot about this already. Which one was it? Pickled Lizar 522. Blup, 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 blup. And we're still gonna need alcohol. That's it. And now we go to bed. Yeah, that's why I'm gonna have to empty my pockets every day. This stuff builds up quick. But I had multiple different fish and stuff, right? So it's... eh. Go to bed. $23,139 contribution. Getting closer. I think I needed to like 180,000, 186,000. I don't remember what it was. It was a ridiculous number. Rob sent me 2 different things. Best red meat from Bo. Better sesame from Pumpkin. And bones from Lucky. Yeah, that sounds like Lucky. Can I have this thing? Yes, yes, you can. Already sent him away, though, so. Oh, we're gonna lose a bunch of grass now. I have some more here. I can just toss that in. This one. Best meat we'll also use. Need to get rid of another jungle fowl. Base production 4 is a little insane. I have to figure out where all of the that reminds me, we're gonna grab all of this. Well, not the feathers, I don't need them. Sell the feathers. Sell the feathers. Go next door. Again, we'll sell the feathers. 4 best ostrich feathers. 18 best ostrich eggs. To the dodos. After we check this, and we'll see if there's any milk. Knowledge 3 on the pomegranates. Good. We already did those. Figs. And almonds. Do not walk away from this. See all these eggs? We're gonna process. That we've been sitting on. Again, I've had a plan, it just... Oh, that's not as much as I thought. We'll hold off on the fur. We were doing yarn, so it makes sense. Okay, let's put all of this in there. I do want to check this really quick. Select item. Gym dust as fuel. Interesting. 4 best dodo eggs, 110 base dodo eggs. And we're making mayonnaise. Lots and lots and lots of mayonnaise. Still gotta cut a chunk out here. Okay, I didn't mean to cut that much out, but oh well. Boom, 81. Yay! All that away. Oh, I didn't grab the dodo feathers. They're right here, Zorric. We'll sell those too. Alright, let's see. Million contribution, you say? Easy. Alright. $12 times 615. And it's fast. Bum, bum. Okay. Need to turn that into alcohol. Or more vinegar. Grab all these things for future endeavors. Those go in. Those go in. Oh, we can sell that. Cool. Sell everything, go to bed. Tomorrow, the chickens will be born. We need to check to make sure that they are female. At least one of them is. Moving things along. 10,798. Not as many feathers. 7,380 from the pickled squash. Is the squash in the jungle ready to go? Gain 1 million contribution. Done. Looks the same as a jungle fowl. Wonder if there's a way to tell between female and male baby chicks. All three came out white. Seems to be the theme by accident. Two better garlic. All right. Now we wait for the chickens to grow up, if they are female, to give me an egg. We have to do a little bit of searching, though. Garlic. Fall? Spring? Go. Here, this way. So we have 1 million contributions, so production's really not that important anymore. See if I can find these. And it's a female, so immediately we got what we're looking for. Put it there. I don't see any chicken there. See a chicken there. Where did the other ones end up? Oh, before I have to... Bum, bum, bum. Nice, keeping up with that. You love to see it. I don't think the dodos had room. We can grab this. Because the mayonnaise isn't going to be done. Just no way. If it is, I'm actually going to be... It's in here with the giant beasts. Look at it. A Mel. Bebop. I got the Aurochs look more like a bull than the bull does. Two males and a female. Jesus Christ. Just a best ostrich feather. Oh, yeah. I don't need any of that crap. We're selling it. F it. Out the door it goes. Tree's still growing. Cool. Add to the pile. 71 jungle fowl mayonnaise. 8 times 126. I don't know what's happening there. What is left? What is left? Cook all meals and catch all fish. Correct? All right, we are done with this. And the reason we're done with this is because it's not going to get us any closer to what we need. So what I'm going to leave it is sell everything in my inventory. Got to get us a bunch of money. Pretty much I'm done playing the game. So, but I also want to maintain what I have here just in case there's an interesting update in the future or something, you know, that kind of stuff. We need 1 chicken egg. We need 2 olives. We need 2 summer fish. 23,184. Mayonnaise not worth that much, but when you're bringing in that much, there you go. This is definitely the most contribution we've had, almost 200,000. My job from here on out is to wake up. Not even worried about this anymore. You know what, let's go ahead and grab what they have, just so, just get it out of the way. They can't help me. Nobody here can help me. I need to grab the boar. Best wheat. Pumpkin is great. Pumpkin was a fine investment. Again, I could have sold all this stuff if we needed to for $1 million contribution. They're gonna give us a gift. I wonder if those gifts stay every day. We can probably just let them add up, right? So we got 2 summer fish, a cutlass and a big eye. We have all the bugs. We found all of the items. We made all the produce. We discovered all the trees. It looks like that coconut tree was missing. Where is it? Right here. Right here? This one. What? One of those 3. Anyways, all trees discovered. All dishes can be found here. 1 chicken egg, 2 olives. All ideas discovered. So we can see what we have left. Threads, I guess this will keep going. Again, we could make this stuff. We're gonna no, we didn't need actual olive oil, so, but we could. Mushroom almond milk cheese, we can make that now. But 61 out of 50 aquatic animals. There's 63 that we need to get. We got all the bugs, got all those, got all of that. We're 12 out of 12 there. 52 out of 26 there. We got all the vegetables to best. All that kind of stuff to best. So, if you really want to be a completionist, you can do that. There is a bunch of variants of the animals that we have not done. This is not complete. Nowhere close. So, yeah. But anyhow, every day, practically, we're going to check for an egg eventually. And I'm hoping the chicken egg looks different enough that I notice it. But what we have to do is come down here, see if there's any tree produce, specifically olives. I don't know where all the olive trees are, but there will be more olives in the future to get the knowledge to go up. I see that the mayonnaise is going there and stuff. We could probably grab milk, but we're going to stop production. But I cannot let my animals die. That would be dumb. So what I will do is come over here to the same spot every day. Cut down some of of the grass. Come down here. Put it in. And eventually we'll have to do more grass. That's it. I don't want to do anything else. I don't want to go to a festival. I don't want to do anything until we're in summer. So these days should take us 2 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. No contribution. I've given them enough. I will stop this Sunday, upcoming Sunday. So we can get a legendary pine cone. I do not want to talk to you right now, daughter. Excuse you. Get out of the frickin'... Why are you outside? By the way, it's going to take a while. Oh, we're actually watching it irrigate. The only other thing I have to worry about... Oh my god, all the trees grew. Every single one of them's ready to go. Nice. It's still making mayonnaise? The other thing I'm gonna have to worry about is making sure we add contribution to all of the boxes to keep the pets petted. So we can see that the grass grew back pretty well today, giving me 14 fiber to work with. This is just to maintain this for now. I don't think I have anything else to really put in there. That's it. Go to bed. Where'd the honey come from? $3,006 contribution. Spring 19. Now, I have no idea if this is going to break the game at all by doing this. The idea here is to get the hell out of spring. This is also how you speedrun Stardew Valley. Yeah, they just keep adding up. Okay, we'll see what happens. Checking to see... I don't know how long it takes for chickens to grow. But look at all of these trees ready to go and produce. I think these are just hardwood trees that I grew here. Not sure if they produced anything. Double check. Okay. I would like to keep bringing the knowledge up on... Okay, I can't help but sell this. I am curious to see how much money is just sitting here now. But this is still happening. The animals are still producing and stuff like that. And so... Yeah, look at this. 18 fiber. Yeah, we're gonna lose out there. So I'm gonna go sell all of this, but again, not part of what we're doing. Might as well grab that. Boom, boom, boom. Fuck it, sell the honey. Boom, 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 boom. Lots of mayonnaise. To home. It has been 2 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead, go to sleep. Oh my god. 32,877 contribution from that mayonnaise. My god. Field trip to the savannah? Not until we get to the last stack. Well into the last stack. There's no reason to waste our time. It's time to get up, stretch, use restroom, grab something to eat, drink, whatever you gotta do. I'm gonna pee my pants. That's where I'm at. So if you don't want to do that, go to the bathroom. But anyways, hit the like button, subscribe, that kind of stuff. I will be back to break the game and finish things up, I hope. BRB. I have returned. I am ready. Yes, we will take a field trip to the savannah for plant fiber. We'll just spend a day cutting down as much fiber as possible too. So, yeah. But yeah, let's continue. We're continuing. Off we go. But at this point, I need olive knowledge to grow as fast as possible. Still babies. Still babies. Okay. That's ready. The reason why I'm going to continue to grab this is because I am curious to see if it ever gets better. Because we're still getting regular figs. It has to, right? But the bananas, all they did was give me more bananas. Not better bananas. Which is interesting to me. Bed. I'm literally awake for like 2 hours, and then I go back to sleep. I'm hibernating. Spring 21. We will stop by the jungle today. I love how you can catch the irrigation going for the day. Makes sense. Chickens aren't grown up. Any of these ready? No. Are they going to be ready at the same time? Two good pomegranates. Interesting. Well, since I'm not doing anything else, I don't think I'm gonna clear my bags. I'll let things add up. Oh my god, a lot more was done. Just a wild olive. Yeah, we can just let that add up. 20 plant fiber today. To the jungle. This is the only pit stop I'm gonna take for a while, I think. Or ever again. Get all the squash. 100 squash just sitting there. A third of it. Best. Looking to be turned into 630 something pickled squash. Ooh. Knowledge. Hey guys. It's me. Legendary pinecone, 180,000. Thanks. Feed this to any farm animal to transform it into a legendary one. Which one are we doing? Which one are we doing? A legendary farm animal. Which one would be the coolest? We gotta do the chickens, right? Because that's what we're waiting on. Where's our female chicken? That's the male. There it is. What? A funk chicken. Okay. A funk chicken. It turned green. To bed. Ba-da-da. Stop trying to kill. They're not grown up yet. Oh my god. Rain brings better produce, I think. Oh, hey. So we did get regular on top of the better. Interesting. Nothing else is ready. They're all going to eat that plant fiber. Trying to do this without pause, but I don't think it's possible with so much stuff to do. No micromanaging my ass. Somehow we can get the kids to grow the grass and throw it in there would be great. The 23rd. And we don't have chickens yet. Still getting wild almonds. Interesting. But we lucked out on that almond tree? Maybe the tree matters too. Didn't eat into it as much. Well, actually, yeah, it did. To bed! $48,442. Okay, we need to get the learning stations put together. AKA put contribution in them. That's not hard. Although a little convoluted still. Chickens are not grown up. Okay, knowledge 2 means we get a chance at... I gotta go take Lucky out. I'll be right back, everybody. BRB. All right, I am back. We are continuing our push. 5 days left of spring. Sorry about that. I have to jump up and go when Lucky's moving. Or he'll pee on the floor or something. Did leave my mount back there, okay. But olives are in a good position to give us actual olives. Out of breath again, man. He was staring, it was so funny. I got up and I was like, I heard him walk into the hallway, but he must have walked back in from the hallway. He was just staring at the vacuum that's in my office here. He was just staring at it. All right. So tomorrow it looks like we're gonna have to go to the savannah and cut as much grass as possible. Everything is getting very close. Oh my goodness. Definitely are gonna be able to get it done in this part as long as we keep moving. Woo. I forgot to do the contribution because I had to get up and walk away. Oh, Lucky, you're killing me, dude. Absolutely killing me. He's been so frustrating. He's been so frustrating lately. I have to walk away again, so I'll forget everything we're doing. Man, I hate getting mean with him, but he just, something's going on. It's not unhealthy as far as I can tell. He's just being an ornery old freaking dog. What was I doing? Chickens. Oh, I did that one, didn't do the others. Okay. Look at the funk chicken, right? Chicken egg. Oh, man, yes! Trees. We're not able to get coconuts still. So we were lucky we were gifted those coconuts. Well, we had the chicken egg to make the poached egg. Two good almonds. I wonder if the tree being around longer, maybe that's it. It's a combination of things. All right, we need to get these done so I'm not dumb again. Okay, I'm gonna use that other one as like... Let me walk in here. They still get auto-fed, so it's not a big deal. Just if poop builds up, I think. Alright, so we do have to go to the savannah. Again, I want to maintain what I have. And we are going to cut down all of this. 5 stacks. That olives? It is. We can't get regular olives in the wild, but we can build knowledge off the trees. Would you like to tell everybody why I have to keep stopping? What were you doing just now? Walking all over your brother. Can you explain why you're doing that to the chat? Can you explain? Explain to chat. Hello. Hello. Why were you picking on your brother? He's just sleeping. He's doing what you're supposed to be doing. Being calm, cool, and collected. Look at him. He's so ridiculous. Like, I have no idea why he's so agitated. Like, he gets up just to run around and cause havoc. Hmm? Okay. All right. Again, I apologize, everyone. I love that dog, but holy hell. Driving me up the wall. But the thing is, he's like, he's doing to Bo what he was doing to me last night. And he just like, he has these big freaking toenails, even though we trim them, and he just steps on you. He just steps all over you. I don't know why he's doing it. But anyhow, he just won't settle down. Interesting. I wish the magnetism range was a little higher in this game. Sometimes that grass just falls a little too far down or a little too far up. When you cut up and down though, it seems to like fall towards the middle, but with the up and down it just doesn't seem to work. Another olive tree. 2 olive trees. There we go. Yes. Well, you need an upgraded scythe. For sure. Like, right now, I'm making tons of contribution. And with... You need the... So, it's not early game. Fishing early game is probably the most profitable thing you can do. But yeah. 5 stacks? Yes. Okay. But what, how much? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I went for 5 stacks there, got it done. The day's not over. We could definitely get more. Yeah, 5 stacks is 255 hay bales, right? Yeah, because you need 5. So if I have that, times it by 30, that's 7,650 contribution. You literally could make tons of money just making hay bales, or tons of contribution just making hay bales. And they seem to be very good trade fodder. As well. So maxed it out. All right, let's go to bed. Wait, poached egg. Let's go ahead and get it done. Didn't we try the other olives? Didn't we try these olives? Or did I get the other ones and not notice? I don't care. That's done. Doesn't matter. We still had to get to summer. Cook all dishes complete. 10 ore yield. Might go in the other one. Doesn't matter. Okay. Now this can be even faster. If I so choose. It's another festival. That's crazy. The Sun Festival. It's even crazier. For a second, I thought it was raining. I was like, So we don't need to go look at chickens anymore. 1 achievement remains. Catch 2 fish. To catch all the fish. So cool, cool, cool. Mango knowledge too. Again, I want to keep advancing the trees because why not? That's it. Go to bed. LOL. Still want to do that every day. Just to keep up with the animals. This is definitely the final episode. I'll even have time to talk about the game at the end here. Spring 27. That would have been the end had I caught the other 2 fish. Pomegranates. No, that one's not done. And with all these trees, for sure. I swear I tried the olives. I must have missed it, but that's why I was keeping the tree produce in my pocket anyways. Because eventually we're going to get the olives, and I was just going to take him anyways. I feel like this kind of grass is definitely giving me more plant fiber. So we're going to lose a lot of plant fiber there because it's raining. Give me a moment here to look up fishing. Remember where the big eye is. Forest Lake. And then the Cutlass. Forest River. So we need to find the big eye and then the Cutlass. Both difficulty 2. Lucky, you got to be kidding me, man. What is going on with you? No. No, 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 no. Lay down. Don't move. Every time you get up, you bump your head, you fall over. I don't know what he's looking for. It's not there. Again, sorry, everybody. No, you can't have cookies. Like my browser deleted cookies of a specific type. I think it was like wikis. Who knew having a pet would be so much fun? Me! I knew! So we need to go to the forest tomorrow, catch the last 2 fish. I will call it a day. Almonds, almonds. Wild almonds. Better cherries. Good vanilla beans. Oh. An actual olive. A good olive. And this is what I was gonna do if once I had the olive. Two hours to make another olive. Also, did I keep any gemstone dust, or did I just use a bunch of gemstone dust? Okay, good. What? Where'd the other olive come from? I got the olive back immediately? What? That machine's a little crazy. It's summertime! Woo! And then it has 4 more uses. All right. Let's clear our bags, go get those 2 fish. And call it a game. Da, 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 da. Never collected any coconut myself. We're back to what I enjoyed, fishing. Unless it's catching the hardest ones, and the game's like, catch now, chicky! One of the most frustrating experiences in a video game I have ever had. What do you mean move away? It is definitely not this one. Pretty sure this is like... I don't know what it is. Yeah, it's one of those. I don't care. I don't think it's this one either, but it could be. It's this one. What do you mean move away? Move away to where? Big Eye! Only the cutlass remains. Let's go! I am curious. Where did we get to knowledge on the trees? Pomegranate did get to 3. I'm pretty sure I could just cut these down. I don't know. Alma barely moving. Okay. So yeah, you're just gonna want to get a bunch of trees. Speed that up. Feels like a cutlass. Catch all fish done completed. We are done. Boom, all the fish. That is game. Yeah, once we're able to start just moving things along, we're able to get this stuff done. Again, I took about 45 minutes talking today, so about 2.5 hours was all that was left. I'm gonna clear my bags. We're just going to bed. Final clan prosperity 1.64 million. And again, I wasn't putting in any contribution there for a while. So I was like, the clan can do it on their own. At the end here. What is going on? Oh, it's Thursday. You're forgetting it's Thursday. Sorry. I have like so many Discord messages. Interesting. Interesting. Bum ba dum bum bum ba da dum. Okay. I wanted to calculate this. So we had 1,062,812 out of 1,641,131. So almost 65%, 64.7%. All me. Cool. And I was just aiming for 50%. I bet you can get that much higher, 80, probably even 90%. But you can never be 100% of the clan prosperity. So, and it's always just a never-ending battle. The more you add in, the harder it gets. So eventually, like, because... But also, it does have to end up being like 99%, because there would be eventually, because they're only doing about 3,000 prosperity a day still. So, you know, if you're bringing in 10 times that amount, you're eventually going to get to the 99%. But, yeah, cool beans. Did not get a relationship with everybody. Let's talk about this stuff. This seemed unnecessary. The calendar, cool. Festivals were pretty cool. That kind of stuff. Animals, very interesting idea to evolve the animals in the end game, that kind of thing. I would actually like to see the animals evolve like the crops. The having to unlock the domesticated crops and that kind of stuff. Everybody give me a moment. I'm gonna get Lucky situated so I can actually talk about all this stuff. Let's take a quick break here, hit the like button and stuff, and I will give my final review of Roots of Pacha. And then we'll move on to Stardew Valley Expanded later. I'll be right back. Give me 3 minutes here to figure out what his issue is. BRB. All right, YouTube cubes, I am back again. Apologies for the long break there. It was a lot longer than 5 minutes. He just not calming down. Got to get him calmed down. Had to lay on the floor with him for a little bit. Hopefully not too much furs on my shirt here. All right, where are we starting? Where are we starting with Roots of Pacha? Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about the graphics. I think the game looks fine. I think it's not the most graphically intensive game. It's not eye-popping at every turn and stuff like that. But again, art, pretty easy to come by and stuff. I'll give the graphics a good 10 out of 10. So we're just gonna get that out of the way. I think it does portray the prehistoric vibe very well. So the color schemes and stuff like that. But there's a lot of gray and beige, and that could get to people. It didn't get to me too much. So even winter, which is usually extremely bright in games, did not feel that bright in this game and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot, and the different regions help with that too. Like the savanna is very yellow, and the jungle's very green, and the forest is darker green with a lot of blues. And then you had the cave, which had all the different kind of biomes in it, and then you had the crystal area and stuff like that. So they kept refreshing the way places looked, so it didn't all feel like the same thing. Set that over there so I can put my hand right here. Let's think. Yeah, so graphics, 10 out of 10. I think the game's very cute with stuff and things like that. Nothing was that confusing, except maybe my only critique is that some of the plants and stuff, I didn't know if I could get them and things like that. So discovering some of the plants was a bit of a surprise. But once you know, you know. Well, other things looks like you can collect them, but you can't. Which again, weird. Maybe they had plans, maybe they didn't. The music, very catchy. Gets stuck in my head. It doesn't change a whole lot in the village and stuff, which can sort of become sort of like a torturous type of thing. But since you can go to other regions, explore the cave and the stuff, the music is very good in the game. Very well done. Overall, 10 out of 10. Art and music, mastered in this day and age. If a game has bad graphics or bad music, I just feel like you're not trying, because like we have so many talented people out there, or just the ability of becoming more skilled at those things. Like that knowledge has not, you don't see governments trying to crack down on music anymore, I don't think, or art or anything like that, in the sense of making the craft happen. Now with AI and stuff like that, it's not involved with this game. I'm not going to sit there and have an argument about AI destroying the industry with that kind of stuff, but that's why it probably works so well for that stuff. So just to give you an idea, people have done so well, and since it learned from all the people doing so well, that's why it works so well. And that's what really pisses people off, is that the masters are out there getting ripped off now and being degraded in their value because AI is cheating. Do I think AI has a place with art and music? Yes. Do I think it's to make the whole goddamn product? No. I think it's one of those tools that help you. What was the thing that somebody pointed out to me? Say I make a song, but it just doesn't feel right. I should be able to take AI and say, AI, what do you think of this song? And have it play back the song in a different way, in a different style. But it's my song, and I'm telling the AI to do that. And when I find something that I like, it's not that I'm just gonna be like, yeah, that's it, I'm done. More than likely, I'm gonna be like, that's the sound I want. How do I achieve that more? It could be used as a learning tool to better our craft even further. Same thing with art. If I'm gonna have to make a creature and things like that over and over and over again, AI can learn from me how I do my own style to help speed up creating better, faster art, right? But the creator still has to create it. It's just that the AI makes suggestions of, do you want this? as your base, right? And it hasn't changed from what's already out there. There are base models when you go work at companies and things to work with that you then alter to the point where it's an original. So the idea of AI in art and music, I think, could be effective. Now, was it used here? I don't think so. So overall, 10 out of 10, easy for the art and that kind of stuff. Environment. Let's go ahead and talk about that. It feels prehistoric. There are no dinosaurs, anything like that. There's no combat. Nothing's out to get you in the game. It's a very cozy, pretty simplistic game when you think about it. As a farming sim, it doesn't overstay its welcome in the sense of its theme. I do not feel like it's a woke game, as some people would call it. I don't feel like it's even treading on the toes of people the other direction, right? I don't feel like it's too much one way or the other. They have the warning at the beginning of the game. I just don't think it's necessary. It is a video game. It's a source of art. It's fantasy at the end of the day. And I don't think anything in here is distasteful to what has already been out there in the sense of what we know historically. Is there a certain skin color or whatever in that history? Sure, whatever. But it's a video game. We get to change that and make it something cool and new, and I think that was done here. The characters themselves, when we get into that part of the environment, I think they were all pretty unique for what they were. The families tend to blend together on the mini-map and stuff. I've talked about that in the past. It's very easy to get confused when there's not enough uniqueness in a certain way. So between Era and her mother especially, I got confused once, right? But it's not only that, when the icons are on the screen, like Grob and Dari and their family and stuff, like Illo is different enough that I can tell. Grob is different enough, but then like even Dari blends in with their own kids. You have to go, who is that? Right? It's just things like that. And let me show you the map here so you can all see what I'm talking about. And this does go into the graphics and stuff a little bit, but every game seems to have an issue with this. All the blonde hair, white skin characters, most of them have blue eyes too. So it's like, it's really hard to tell them apart sometimes on who's who. But you know, they made an attempt. Grandpa's really easy to see because our grandparents have darker skin with the lighter hair, which I don't think many people have. Zeta is pretty close in that, but she still has a lighter skin, even though Took has the darker skin there. So then there was also Nan, I think, that had that style. But Nan's icon is very different comparatively. Again, the lighter skin. But you can tell Grandma apart from others. But overall, all the characters were unique. Dialogue, it wasn't terrible. It wasn't fantastic. But I do think it was pretty good. It lies somewhere between okay a lot of the time to great. And that's going to put me at the pretty good level and things like that. So if we're just talking dialogue, 8 out of 10. Maybe even leaning 9 out of 10. My child being a smartass and just saying certain things and stuff, it was very well done. I feel like the writing doesn't overstay its welcome. It's not too fluffy. Everybody's sort of direct to the point type of things, but sometimes what they're saying is a little disjointed. It almost feels like it's translated, and I don't know if that's just the sort of prehistoric vibe or whatever, but it didn't bother me. Playing these games. Now, I will say Fields and Mystery, I think I really enjoyed their dialogue system a lot better because while people here would mention things that had just happened or did happen and that kind of stuff, we see in Stardew Valley Expanded as well now. But I do like that. I like people being like, oh man, it was really cool that we went to the museum the other day. It sort of makes things feel more alive, that immersion. I'm not a big immersion person, but when I read that someone recognizes that I've changed my outfit, that's pretty cool. So 8.5 out of 10, probably where that's gonna sit. Maybe leaning towards 9 if I really think about it, but like it's, again, it's very tolerable dialogue compared to a lot of other games out there. Yes, binary. Light skin, light hair, and a white pixel border around. Yes. But it also has a black line around it too. So I guess that's for more color blindness, I think. I think what happens is when they get into like sort of the lighter areas of the pathing, or they're in their house, it all just starts to blend together. Like I can't see who's here by simply mousing over. I have to find them on the list before it'll highlight them. But yeah, that's just probably a me thing with the partial face blindness just being transferred to the game. Who knows? But when you see the characters walking around, they're usually pretty easy to figure out as well. Nari, again, with Era, I mixed up, but that is mother and daughter, so, you know, just quickly looking at something and then not paying attention is going to get you in trouble. They're not the only ones I did that to, though. Again, the blonde hair, white skin, and blue eyes, even Enza can blend in with that group. It just, you know, it's not like Crack here with blonde hair and dark skin. So, but again, overall, they all seem to play their part. Martina, I really don't know what to think of that storyline. So, is there story here? Yes. Okay, let's continue sort of like environment into story. There's a lot of storytelling. So I did like the idea that Pacha sent this tribe here, this clan, this group of people to reunite two clans that were broken. Now with the future thing and that kind of stuff and it being broken because this person went to the past, blah, blah, blah. If that's what really happened, then it as far as I can tell in the story, Pacha's the one trying to repair it before the other person can. So she accidentally broke up those two tribes, and then Pacha is trying to put it back together so that the future is put back intact. We are sort of the instrument, the vessel, the embodiment of the repairer, by simply just helping our clan, right? Helping our tribe, helping our people be better people to the point where the other two cannot deny that we are just a better people. We're a kind people. They enjoy our activities. They enjoy what we make, what we do, that kind of stuff. The story itself is very interesting when it comes to each character. They all have their background stories. A lot of tragedy, it seems. Grob's wife died, Illo's mother, through something that Illo did, and then that continues. You have like Jag with the fire, and his brother just abandoned him because he thought he was too weak, and then ended up being saved when Vuak found him when he was visiting the Pacha tree. So like these circumstances and stuff that brought all these people together, the diversity starts to make even more sense. If they're just picking up people who are sort of wandering around or looking for a place to stay type of thing, you would have this kind of diversity. So none of the stories seem boring. Grandpa is very interesting. He's young at heart, that kind of stuff. And then you find out he's gay later. Like, oh, I wanted to be with a man one time and it just, you know, didn't work out. And then he talks about how he does enjoy being alone though. He doesn't need companionship when he has the clan type of thing. Your grandparents are sort of tragic in their love story. Your grandmother wants to be with Vuak. Now, I don't know if that story continues and they do get together or whatever, but Vuak is a shaman, and by tradition, they're not allowed to have a partner. But your grandmother is only for Vuak, which is younger than her, which creates a interesting dynamic in the sense that Vuak is older. He's a senior as well, but he's still young enough where people mention that. So very interesting takes on stories about each character and what they are and what they do, that kind of thing. Even the kids have sort of growth in things. Yeah, it's very interesting. Now, did we play through all those stories? No. I think it would take some time, a lot of effort to get everybody to their 10 flowers, see what their story is, and that kind of thing. I think overall, when it comes to the characters, I don't think I have any that I want to point out that are just boring or anything like that. Cliche, sure, but cliche brings character as well. Cliche is only bad if everything around it is cliche and a trope and just a meme. But when you have serious takes on things and people answering to the call of that kind of stuff. So like Voda and Ada, right? Ada has taken Voda in as a mentor and now feels like a mother to her, and Voda feels like a daughter to her. And now Voda doesn't want to leave because she has this love for this person who has taught her a new craft and that kind of thing, and sort of given her a place to be. So that's pretty serious stuff. I do find it funny though, and she's like, should I ask to call her my daughter? Why are you asking me? Like, what's going on? Sometimes there's a lot of that in this game, but maybe it's more along the lines of people trust me so much that they're willing to use me as sort of like that sort of idealism that I bring along. So what do you think of this? And then my opinion does carry weight. But I think, what was it? Was it Illo who threw me under the bus when I was like, nah, keep working hard? I think that's what happened in the last part or whatever. She's just like, threw me under the bus. I'm like, hey, I didn't say go break your ankle trying to save some birds. You know, like, I just meant like, hey, if you want to sweep and wash people's clothes, yeah, whatever. You know, you're helping people. Just don't burn out, you know, like, whatever. But I think that's the point of it, is that if you work yourself too hard, you're going to put yourself in a position where you can get hurt. But anyhow, is there anything else along with the characters or anything I want to talk about? I don't think so. Pets are very interesting in the game, that kind of thing. The animals, but specifically pets, since they're not, you know, producing anything. The fetch system, the pet system. The only thing that I can think of for that is we got these legendary pine cones. I could have also used it on the mammoth, I believe. And the wolf and stuff, they have to have a legendary version, I would think. If not, you know, we did a chicken, we had a boar. But yeah, the pets go and fetch things, I'm pretty sure based on what they are. The spider, I have no idea. We found that pretty late. I don't know what the difference are between the pets. It doesn't seem like a lot of people do know. A lot of people, again, haven't played this 1.3 or gotten to the point where they have found all that stuff. So it's still pretty unknowledgeable game when it comes to some of the nitty gritty, what does this mean type thing. So I don't know if I found anything new for people or anything like that they hadn't discovered, but at the same time, like, I want more information about the game in some aspects still. But pets especially, like, how does that system work? Like, does petting them before I send them off affect anything? Probably not, but maybe. You know, there's a lot of that kind of stuff. I'm trying to think of what else is... The child system. Incredible. Hate the fact that you have to come back an hour every day for 2 weeks to soothe your child while your spouse is just standing there watching. I don't know. The fruit in the jungle to take care of that, interesting, but I think just get rid of that. I really don't see the point. Getting up, checking on the child, rocking them back to sleep if they are awake, I think that should be the limit to that. I think they try to make it a little too immersive, and it just sort of, again, became an inconvenience to keeping a flow in the game that many people like me enjoy. So, yeah, just throwing that out there. But then after that, being influenced by mentors and what I showed them, I saw that on the wiki, like showing them things affects their personality. So yeah, there was a lot of that kind of stuff in there too. So Zora ended up growing up to be a hunter, I think because I picked Grob and Terror as like her field trip, and then Grob took her under her wing and taught her how to do that, and she I don't know if it's just a coin flip or something else decided that, but yeah, interesting. So the children, the system for that is more immersive. And overall, I felt like it was a good experience, though. I love Zora being able to be dressed up like me. I love the fact that she looks like me. Maybe a little too much, but at the same time, she has her mother's hairstyle. Like, they did a lot with that. And it's pretty cool. I think that's the most immersive child system I've seen so far. But, again, it usually takes a while to get to that system at all. Like even in Stardew Valley, we're closing in on year 3 and I don't have my second child yet, because the first one just got to crawling. And in year 3, that's when you usually have the other child you have to check upon. But I don't think Stardew Valley Expanded is going to do anything like that. There might be, I know there's a grow up mod or something that you can get the children to grow up and then, become adults, and there's things you can do to affect them and stuff like with a mod, but there's nothing in the game directly. Trying to think of anything else. No, not with the people. So yeah, environment, dialogue, the overall feel of the game, good. It's a good theme. I enjoyed it. It's one of the driving points of me continuing to play. I didn't even know those were there. Bum, 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 bum. Trying to think of anything else before I move on. Building of buildings and placing them. Like the idea. The implementation, not sure. But as you progress, other things get built, and then you have to place things like the sundial, but you don't place things like the meditation or the place where TD tells stories or that kind of stuff. I almost feel like the watermill only had one location, and then there's this outlook down here. I don't know if I messed something up, why it was making me choose at all, but yeah. I don't know where else it could have been placed. It just looks like it would be solidly on a straight. So maybe it would have been over here. That would have been way too far though. But yeah, there's like a lot of stuff when it came to the actual village and the placement and that kind of thing. The contribution pot seems a mile away. The other one seems a mile away. But I didn't mind this one because it was by a teleporter that I'd visit every day. I didn't always need to visit over here. It would be nice to have one that was outside my house. Even though, look how close they would be, I almost feel like this pot should be like in the middle of the village, and then I can get one for my house and things like that. So logistics and that kind of thing. The blacksmith was down here next to me for a while. I ended up removing that because it was sort of in the way. I couldn't see stuff and things like that. So I moved it away. And I don't have to use it anymore. So the other thing is, as buildings become obsoleted, you can just move them away. So being able to move stuff around and things like that seems pretty cool and things, but nobody's village will probably end up being the same. Well, there's only so many choices, but what I mean is that, like, I could go look at somebody else's game and this stuff wouldn't be in the same place, and your house could be somewhere down here or whatever, because you don't use this up here, or it's used for something you don't care about, or whatever. If I was to play this game again, I would definitely move the animals back down here, and just do all the farming up here, because all of this down here was almost overkill. And I was just trying to do something personally, that level 5 thing. It ended up being an achievement, so I felt sort of obligated at that point to make sure to get it done. But we're not even farming in the spring. We didn't farm in the spring at all. And we're still okay on produce and stuff. So if you're going to play this game for years, I definitely feel like you should just min-max the farm up here for whatever you need. And then you had the jungle, which is 100... it's pretty much for squash, just 100 squash over and over and over again. You can pickle the squash and make, what was it, 635 through the pickling or whatever, just with the squash, best squash. Although the pineapple does earn you a lot more. It's like 1,400 for the jam, and then like I think it was 1,800 for the wine or whatever. So it really comes down to how much it's making you per day. We didn't get into that. Min-maxing that kind of stuff is just heavy-handed min-maxing, in my opinion. But yeah, the village layout, it's interesting in the sense of why it is the way it is. You're like in the village while having your farm in the village. Now, this big southern one, this is where you need to get all your stuff going. Growing trees faster, getting your animals set up quickly, that kind of thing. Sort of sad I didn't get it one more at 1,000,000. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 of those children helping. Like, it would have been cool since I had a kid that they gave me one more at 1,000,000 or something like that, so I could get 2 more animal sheds. But I think the idea is to get everything set up. So you need 6 of them, right? For the farm animals. So the cows, pigs, chickens, llamas, that kind of stuff. And then you have 2 extra ones for whatever the extra stuff you want to do, which seems to be really based on, you know, what's most profitable or what you think is cute, right? So, yeah. I mean, there's guanacos we haven't done, mouflons we haven't done, and I think that was it. So, llamas and sheep we didn't get, but we did get the other evolved ones, the goat, the pig, the cow, and the chicken. Horses as well. Horses for manure and just cheap manure, I think, is why they're there. There was no bonus, as far as I could tell, to their speed, unless it's not showing you that information. But overall, horses aren't really worth much, even though they were a little harder to acquire. It almost took to year 2 before we had access, because I needed the access to the alfalfa, which didn't happen until we raised the pyramid so much. But yeah, so I would definitely change the southern part here. Breeding pens, I think 3 was definitely enough, but you might want to go 4, and if I had 2 granaries, I would not run into the problem I was running into when I was just trying to skip days. Go to the savannah, get all the plant fiber, have two granaries going, that kind of stuff. I don't know if the hay, the oats, the alfalfa, or anything was making the animals happier, faster, anything like that. The wiki, I think, mentioned something to that effect. Don't know if they were making better produce. I did notice on rainy days they were producing the best stuff. I don't know if it's because they have shelter. I don't know. You can let them out, you can keep them in, you can get grass set up, that kind of thing. The one thing I don't like about the grass is that it respawns rocks and wood and weeds when winter hits. I don't know why that is. Stardew Valley does that. It has like stuff pop up or whatever, but I don't know. I sort of wish games would stop doing that. It was like a struggle to keep up with getting rid of this. We ended up with a ton of wood and stone because of that, and plant fiber, but that's constantly being eaten and things like that. But if I was to replay the game, definitely would plant more trees faster. Seeds and trees are cheap in this game. They're all the same price practically. They're not thousands of contribution. So like every seed is 20 contribution. So, you know, if you pick up 32 seeds, it's 640 contribution. That's a lot of seeds. You're going to get a lot more contribution back. Most produce, or the plant itself, produces more than 20 contribution worth of stuff. So, or it can be converted into something that produces a lot more than 20. Trees, I'm not 100%. They do cost more and stuff. The price of them did have a range, but even the 6 special trees you could get more of and things like that. So it really comes down to what you want to do with that stuff. I don't know if any of it's valuable besides the cooking, but I think that's just it. If you have a good food system, what you can turn into vinegar, tree produce, whatever, for whatever you're doing, I didn't dive into that system too much. That's the importance of that. Or if you're just trying to get knowledge 5 of everything, including the trees, you're going to want to get those trees done sooner rather than later, so you can get those levels up and better product as you move forward. Irrigation system made watering sort of obsolete. I like the irrigation system. I think it's pretty cool. Then to automate it was also pretty cool. So it's a sprinkler system. I also like the fact that crops do not disappear after the crop is gone. So if I till it, that's what I mean. If I till it, it stays tilled. And then if I put fertilizer down, that fertilizer stays there for the rest of the season, unless it was quality fertilizer, and then it gets used up. But the speed fertilizer stayed the entire season. Now, I don't know if that was because it was the higher quality stuff or whatever, but I think it was cool the way that I could set this up. Having a perfect irrigation system and taking advantage of all the plots really comes down to your style and things like that. I shouldn't have done 17. I should have just done 16 because it messed up like the flow of the fertilizer, being able to get 2 of them done and then doing a line because these were 16 long. That wasn't intentional, it just ended up being that way with these middle irrigations. That's just where it landed. But yeah, coming down here and stuff like that, what would end up happening is you just make something called steps where you would just move the water out and down and then that kind of thing. Min-maxing this area for farming would be interesting, but I just don't think you would need the whole thing unless your production was crazy and that kind of stuff. Could I see you getting 1 million contribution in like a day eventually? Sure, you can eventually get there. It would just take years to do it and that kind of thing. But I think this game just slowly builds on itself to the point where you could just break stuff. Streamlined in a way, but micromanaging is still there. I read that yesterday the devs tried to like limit the micromanaging and stuff. It's a farm sim. You're gonna always have to micromanage. We're gonna see in Firefly Village here in a couple weeks, or maybe next week or the week after or whatever, when we're done with Dredge, we'll be going to Firefly Village, and supposedly they've streamlined stuff in that game, and I want to know what that means, what they think that means. There will always be managing stuff in a farm sim, but the question is, how much do you have to do? In Stardew Valley, that's why it's so important to get iridium sprinklers and the ability to sort of pause the land between seasons, so you can quickly just plant the next seeds, profit. Just depends on your farming style. Mods will also help with that. I don't know the mods in this game and what they entail or what they could do, but yeah. Let's talk about the shed, the production shed, the storage shed, whatever this is called. I don't like it. It ain't big enough. Even with the upgrade, there was more space. I thought there'd be enough room, but why is it not square, rectangle, whatever? Why is the corners cut off? Why is the shape weird? It makes positioning things very weird. You have to like break it out of the grid to get it in the right place. I just think that's unnecessary. Make it a goddamn rectangle with sides. That is how they're built in real life for a reason. We make things into cube shapes to place places. Piles of things end up being more square because you can stack them, right? And it saves space at the end of the day. There is no reason why prehistorically they wouldn't be doing this when other things already do it. Like the farmland is more square than the goddamn shed that's an octagon. An octagon? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. I don't like it. Also, it's not big enough when it's expanded. I feel like it needs a bit more room to the sides. I don't know. Also, placing them is very weird because you can't block any of the front or anything. I don't know why. Again, it's such an inconvenience. Why? Can you work around it? Sure. Still an inconvenience. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Granary's fine. Breeding pen is fine. Animal sheds, they're fine. They end up just automating everything for the most part. And then once you have the kids petting the animals, you don't have to pay attention to them at all. You can let the product produce. I didn't have a problem with those. Upgrading them, not overly expensive and things like that. The mill is a little further away, but finding out that it can up the quality of something or even up the number of something makes me really sad that I didn't do that in the first place. So that's why taking all the eggs and turning into mayonnaise at the mill is a better idea than doing it by hand, because I ended up getting a lot more higher quality things and maybe even more product than I would have otherwise, which ends up being more contribution. So I just threw all that all in there, got 37,000 contribution just with that. So, which is a crazy number of contribution in this game. This game does not have crazy numbers like Stardew Valley. You can sell millions of G worth of stuff in Stardew Valley eventually, just on a good day. Like selling 640,000 G worth of stuff in Stardew Valley would just, I wouldn't even blink at it. I'd just be like, wow, that was a good day, right? If that happened here in Roots of Pacha, you either saved up a lot of crap or you're having a really, really, really good day. And I would be like, wow, look at that. That's amazing. But other than that, you know, nothing was expensive really, unless it really needed to be expensive. I think the legendary pinecone being 180,000 contribution is fair. Getting a legendary creature, no idea how it works. I fumbled into the boar. I think you have to tame so many of the boars, or I think I ended up taming like 18 boars or something like that. I was just looking for the strange mushroom. That ended up being in the cave, not in the forest. But I was like, it could be in the forest. And again, I felt like I magooed into a lot of the achievements. You know what I didn't do before I did this? Make sure I had all the achievements. Yeah, okay, we're good. 100%. Catch all the fish, 1.8% of players. Cook all the dishes, 2.5. A million contribution, 2.5. And restore all time threads, 0.6. A lot of people actually getting this done. Those percentages are going up. But those were introduced later, so if people are finally getting time to come back to the game and finish it up, like Empty Goddess, I'm already forgetting the name of the commenter, but if they're coming back to the game to finish it up, it makes sense that some of that stuff would be going further up. Play all songs in the amphitheater is still the lowest one, just below restore all times threads at 0.4%. I don't know if that game's hard or people just don't know how to get all the songs or whatever, or the fact that they can learn songs. Again, I'm magooed into that. But yeah, beat everyone at dice. Didn't even know that was happening. I was like, where is that? Where's that game? But I did eventually find it. So, catch all bugs at 1%. Like, these are very low percentages. But now we're in the top 0.4% of players because we have all the achievements done. Yeah, in about 120 hours. So, or less. I think it's less. Because I got a minus off the 25 hours. So yeah, less than 120 hours to 100% the game. But yeah, anyways, back to this. Anything else to talk about in here? No, it's just resource management. Make sure you're collecting resources, bringing them home, stocking up. Storage space. Needed a lot of chests. Lots of them. We have a bunch of chests down here, that kind of thing. I did not need these chests inside my home except for those two. So, and then they upgrade your fridge to hold even more stuff, 2 pages worth, I think 48 slots there. But we ended up needing a lot of this because I kept a lot of it. Now, if you're not going to keep a lot of this stuff, you're not going to need a lot of storage space. The other thing, when on my first playthrough, I didn't realize who had the belts, and the game told you. So once you get these 3, I was able just to hold resources in this bottom one without much problem at all until later when we're farming a lot and doing a lot of things. But even then it wasn't bad. So inventory management in this game is a bit lesser. The big problem is things like this. When you're grabbing all your gifted stuff and things that are handed to you because you got rid of a chicken or whatever, this kind of stuff ends up filling up your inventory. I'm seeing a pattern here. Yeah, why did like they're just rotating through? But anyhow, yeah, when you get stuff like this is what will fill up your inventory and things. So, Summer year 3, I didn't feel like inventory was a problem. While we're here, though, seeds have their own slots, which I think is amazing. Tools have their own slots, which I think is amazing. These are 2 great systems. Now, are they a little rough around the edges sometimes? Yeah, getting that, but simply just being able to go like this current season to get, you know, the seeds you can plant, and then, you know, picking the stuff for the jungle. It is what it is. You know, you kind of have to accept it for what it is or not. You can get every single seed on the page, but there's 56. Is there only 56 of them? 52 seeds, right? But anyways, yeah, plenty of room. You can literally have all the seeds ready to go if you want, or just do the current season. You hit that alt button. You can do by season, just like that. So you can have them all ready. Yeah, pretty cool system there. The one key, you hit F, you choose your seeds, you plant them. I wish it paused in those menus. Same thing with tools. You can have all the tools here. There's no organization of these tools, though. They do want you to pick where you want what where. But yeah. Why do they give you 3 pages, though? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You only need 2 pages. Was there more tools at some point, I wonder? The torch was an automatic thing, so you never had it. Watering just isn't. We did need it for the jungle. Was the last time we needed it to water something, I believed. I believe. We don't need these when the sheds were automatically doing that stuff. So the magic hand axe, pretty cool, but the axe ended up being the most useful thing to cut down trees, get rid of crops, along with the hammer. The scythe ended up being very useful, clearing out a lot of plants and stuff. I really enjoyed the scythe in this game. And the iron hoe we used like once. But bug catching was a lot of fun. Playing music for the animals, a little tedious and boring in the sense of it all, but I like the mini game catching them, but after a while I can see people not enjoying that as much because you have to play so many days in a row. It just never sped that up. And the time we got 8 uses for it, we were pretty much on our way being done with collecting the animals. 8 uses of the Ocarina, though, is huge because bugs give you so much contribution, and you can use them for line fishing, and it just builds. Like, it's not just for bugs. You need the bugs to go line fishing to get even more contribution. So, like, it's a great tool for the end game. Harpoon, I actually wish this got upgraded one more time. I feel like fishing could have been sped up a little bit more, but once you get the harpoon, the stamina also feels like it goes way down. So I don't know. Like, the hand axe can still be used to get lower tier fish, while the harpoon is used to get all fish, as far as I could tell. But yeah, torch is only used in the cave practically. You could use it at night if you wanted to. I'm trying to think if there's any other use for any of these. I don't think so. Clear most debris, most farm debris with a single hit. It should just be everything as a single hit, including crops. I feel like this should just be the end-all be-all type tool if you haven't cleared out the southern side, because the time you get to this, you're done with the cave. And I mean, like, and you should have the gemstones and stuff, or at least be going after them. So I don't see why it can't just be an overpowered little thing. Can't cut down trees, it can't break rocks, and it can't collect crops, and it can't hoe the ground. It should be able to just destroy whatever it comes across. I think that would have been fine. But overall, tools are the tools in the farm sim. Interesting. Like the system. Let's talk about this. Cosmetics. Enjoyed it. This was one of the few games where I feel like dressing up my character was just a fun little thing. I'm not big on that and stuff like that, so I think that made a huge impact. This is probably why this game's going to end up a 9 out of 10. Just a lot of the things that I haven't been enjoying in other games, this game sneakily gets it into your brain where you actually go and do that system. So being able to get cosmetics and that kind of thing, I like the wolf look. I think Akka looks really cool, but you can't get her kind of headdress as far as I could tell. But yeah, I also liked the fact that you can get a headband to match mana. Our child has a headband. I like the mask look. There's so many things. And we have these hats and stuff. There are hidden cosmetics in the caves. But lots of variety. I don't understand the ICers. Just roll with it is what it says. It literally... the descriptions are amazing in this game too. So when it comes to dialogue and that kind of stuff, beanie, that kind of thing. I also noticed as I was playing that when you look at this stuff, it does have a bond. I wonder if there's going to be something that was along the lines for this kind of stuff too, to be bonded. It was not. It ended up being the system I liked least about this window right here. So when you start, they give you like a bonus based on whatever. I think I chose Charm in my first playthrough and then faster growing crops in my second playthrough, which was smart, I feel. But yeah, I like the idea that these get fully bonded and empowered that way. I do not like the fact that they decay that bond. I just think that's silly. I do not like the fact that upgrading things takes time. They don't like that either. Saw the system, went around that system by upgrading this stuff before I even put it on. I don't know if you can upgrade the tree ring. Big doubt. It just gives you friendly aura, which we should probably put down here since it doesn't do anything else. But my big problem is there's so many great choices of this aura stuff, but a lot of it ended up being in the food as well, and just so many buffs, and it's just a mess. I ended up not playing with the system too much. I tried to take advantage of it when I could. One faster plant harvest or whatever it's called. What's it called? I want to make sure I get that right. Plant growth speed took, like, this thing isn't even bonded to me anymore. Literally reduced 1 day off of every crop. So I don't understand the buff system. It's not percentage based, it turns out. At like plus 30, it's like 50% faster or something like that for some things. Different for other ones. They were like only 30 or 40%. Don't really know the impact. I don't know. It doesn't explain any of that stuff in the game. I can only find it in the wiki. Maybe it does explain it somewhere, but yeah. Stamina never grows. You constantly have to eat food. That's the system they want in place for stamina. I found that very annoying. This should have been all the way up to 240, I think, by the end game. Wasn't. You get 40 from the cave stuff. If you do get permanent stamina somewhere else, I didn't find it completing all the achievements. So there we go. Stardew Valley throws stamina at you like crazy. All the way up to 500 and something, I believe. So, but the other thing about this game is that your tools never get more efficient in the sense of less stamina. So they always take the same amount of stamina and stuff. What helps that is endurance, and then that reduces the impact, but you have to eat food or have the charms on, the accessories on, or whatever to reduce that, and you don't get a whole lot. Same thing with foot speed that's sitting here. It's funny how those two are still sitting here, but yeah, that never gets increased by anything either. I really feel like there should have eventually been a +5 foot speed increase, a +5 endurance increase, something, and it just never happened. Stats, this is a lie. I mean, the only reason I have 26 charm is because it's down here. That's it. I don't get what was the point of this. I feel like this system was very just, you could ignore it and just be fine. Yeah, those never went up. Nothing ever gave me a better. Maybe it's something else, but I don't think so. Which is a little weird. I would like this system to be improved just in general for buffs. It also feels like the temporary buffs wear off so quickly. You have to have the best in-slot stuff with the accessories. So this is how crazy those temporary buffs are. You have to have like an accessory to increase the temporary buff, which makes you have to waste a slot for something that's already doing something. So like the way that stacks, just it's blah. It's so convoluted at that point. I don't know why it's there. I really don't. Yeah, you got this one that gives plus 20. I think this one gives you plus 30. It doubles or something. Eventually gives you like plus 40 or something, I bet. This one can't be upgraded, so you can get another 60 stamina there for 220. But again, you have to waste slots just for the stamina. Now, what I also found is that food matters a bunch. You can have 220 stamina, but it goes away so quickly that you're gonna have food anyways. So fuck it. Don't waste your time with max stamina. Go with food. And figure out how you're gonna do that, when, where, why, and that kind of stuff. If you're gonna go to the caves, carry food with you. It sucks that that you have to waste an inventory slot on holding a food too. I sort of wish it had its own little thing that you had a quick bar to eat it or whatever, or another system much like the tools and the seeds to grab a meal, and but instead of having like 8 like these do. Make it like 4 or 2 or 3 or 1. I don't care. Just so it didn't take inventory space. But most farm sims, they have the food go right into your inventory. Why would that change? So I'm not going to hold it against the devs. I would just like seeing that. But what I will hold against the devs is bear claws. Bear claws should not be an item. It shouldn't. This is the system you used. I think that's a cop-out. This should have its own tool slot. It should have gone in the tools right here in this area. I would have replaced the magic hand axe with the bear claw. It should have been that way. Hammer, bear claw. Why it wasn't a tool that needed to have its own charges, I don't know. But also, you should get 1 to 3 charges of bear claw always. So each day I think up to 3 where I'm at right now with the bear claws. So if I don't go to the caves, I get a bear claw and it gives me 3 charges. And then if I find more above that, I don't get any. So if I'm sitting at 2, I can go up to 3, but when I'm at 3, it just stays at 3. I think that's fair for when you go back to the caves. If you're not spending time there, why should you get rewarded for not being there, right? But I think having these at the ready also keeps players from getting stuck, soft lock, and just passing out in the cave. But they should have gotten tools. I have no idea why they're an inventory item. I don't know what the restrictions are, but I do find that annoying. When you have such a great tool system waiting for it to just sit there. Yeah, you could add a food system too, I feel, that kind of thing. But now I'm asking a lot, probably. But overall, again, inventory, I think there's a lot of great systems here. A lot of stuff other games can learn from. Stop filling your inventory with bullshit, is what I'm trying to say. Inventory bloat is a thing. Bloat is a thing. And it's fluffy. It's so bad. Like Core Keeper's inventory problem was so bad. There's just so much shit all over the place. Create systems that allow you to categorize that stuff. Pokemon did it. So I know other games can too. And if you don't know, if you played the original red, blue, red, green, whatever, wherever you come from, you know how hard it is to manage that inventory when you had to start putting stuff in the PC and you no longer had access to it. By Gen 3, they solved that problem. You just can collect everything, keep it in your backpack. There's tabs. Thank God. Just, you know, the amount of organization it needs. But even now, in the modern age, Gen 9 going to Gen 10 now, it's full of bloat. There's just shit for everything. So, inventory space and that kind of thing. So, like, you know, just looking at this other kind of stuff, you see that there's 4 different qualities and stuff, but there's technically 5. We just put the wild stuff somewhere else. Now, these are the new vegetables and stuff, so they don't have a wild curly kale. But yeah, it's just a lot of space that you end up having to take. So I'm still confused about why the chest didn't hold 25 things or even 30. So you could hold 6 full objects, or maybe even 7, cutting out the wild ones. Don't know. I feel like we were just shorted here a little bit. But it wasn't that bad. Chests aren't that expensive to make. We are a tribe. Why are we limiting the accessories? There's always a place on our body for them. Yeah, there's toe rings, bracelets. What is it? I think it's mostly bracelets. armlets, thumb ring. Yeah, there were so many of them. I don't know. I feel like the character itself needed to be upgraded. That's the way I should say it. The character doesn't ever get better at being the character. Except once, when you get the free plus 40 from your ancestors. From the Cave of Hearts. I think the Cave of Hearts, it wasn't that hard to do it, but it was one of the dark ones. And the other ones just gave you contributions. So I don't know. Maybe something was missed there where it could have gone 10, 20, 40 and he would have had 190 stamina. Or the foot one could have gave you foot speed. The hand one could have gave you endurance. And then the last one could give you the 40 stamina. The heart. Yeah? It fits so well, yet they didn't do it. I don't know why. It bothers me. This just feels so incomplete in this grand scheme of things. Like, the character never gets better outside the accessories, except for that 40 stamina, but the other two just gave you contribution. I don't understand. It was such a perfect opportunity, and they just missed it. Anyways, let's talk about quests. There is a review. We're gonna go to Steam and read some of the negative reviews because I think they're funny. There is not liking specific things about this game, and then there's just crashing out over one little thing, okay? When the thorns are there and you're not enjoying things, okay. But like, holy shit, some of that stuff that I've just bypassing. Like, I go down to be like, yesterday I was like, oh, this person played for 100 hours. They love this game, right? Then I saw somebody being like, the quest system sucks. Free gifts, and then this shit can sit here forever, and then the threads got their own, the bugs got their own, and then this had its own. I confused myself about this because I thought when we went to the other lands, they had their own, which I was totally prepared for. I was like, all right, let's do more. But it turns out, no, it's the same, and I'm just a doofus. But yeah. So prophecies, you got the sun and moon trees, which I think that's what confused me. Like, I knew those were something, I just didn't know what they were. But this was fun. This just happens. This just happens. It's a linear system of did you do everything? And then it's done. The Thanos glove is very interesting in the jungle and stuff like that. So raising the pyramid. This not as fun. The thread's not as fun, mostly because of this. And then the food. Well, I guess cooking everything is just a part of everything else, but I don't know. Again, it's still not the worst, okay? And you can still fulfill these at any point now that I'm done. So, yeah. These are the past ones, and when you have active ones, it has its own tab for past and present. Didn't think the journal was bad. Progression and stuff in the game just happens naturally. It can feel like you're just progressing things along, and then it was showing me stuff as it was coming up too. So sometimes I didn't have enough clan contribution and stuff like that, but it was sort of just showing me where it is for that person's idea, so you have a targeted goal and things like that. Do I feel like it was a little disjointed at time and a little just overwhelming? Yes. In fact, I felt like it was overwhelming a lot of times. But we got it done, that kind of thing. I don't think it's the worst. You can also slow it down by just simply not doing anything. Like, just set up your stuff. Don't worry about the ideas and stuff until you get that done. Same thing, community. We got our calendar here, tabs. The only thing I don't like about this one is the map isn't here. The map doesn't have its own tab where it would just open the map and then I can close it, come back to this window, right? Because this has a lot more information of the characters. I have to close out, do this to go find them. I wish that wasn't a thing. So it's a bit of a taste thing, but I do feel like the map could have been here. Like, if this is here to tell me what's going on there, I would have liked to been able to click on people and then go right to the map to see where they are. That kind of thing. The other thing is, like I continue to complain about every game practically, if somebody tells me what somebody likes, loves, doesn't like, that kind of thing, I really wish it would fill this out a bit and just be grayed out of, you know, look how many things I tried before I looked it up. And people told me what she liked. I think I knew carrot juice at one point. Like somebody tells you, like she likes that. Her brother, I think. But anyhow, yeah, it just comes down to that. Is that her brother? No, it was Jailrod. Or maybe it was not. I'm not sure. But my point is, that system could always be better. But every game system is so weak that I can't knock this game for it. But yeah. Shows the ideas, where they came from, that kind of thing. Not, just shows, did you talk to them? Did you dance? Did you gift them? Just like every other system. Birthday, that kind of thing. But it would be cool. There's a way! I don't know how I just did it. It's control. Well, never mind. Fuck everything I just said. It's in here. But why is it not? But why is it not here? Because you had to click on them? Hold on, what's this? Oh, that's how you bring that back up. Okay. Look. You can't be smart about everything. That's all I'm gonna say. Jeez. Well then, fuck that. Anyways, there it is. Hit control. It also tells you when they have a cutscene readied up, as well. I think it also includes their events, like when they want to take you on a date or a play date. I don't know. So a lot of cutscenes, that kind of stuff out there. Romanceable ones are the fuchsia purple flowers, while the yellow ones are just people you can talk to. My biggest disappointment in the game when it came to relationships and who was romanceable was there were also other characters. It's like that argument about Stardew Valley and Clint. Like, why isn't Clint romanceable? And there was a vote. But like, Sarah seems like someone who shouldn't be romanceable with all of her issues and things like that, but it's a whole thing. But who was I thinking? Yeah, Ash is not romanceable. I'm not exactly sure how old Ash is though. But it doesn't matter. Zeta's not romanceable, even though she's a leader. I don't see why not. And then, was it Anda? Anda isn't romanceable, but she keeps hitting on this guy who is. But Anda is a catch. I don't understand. Look at that. Who would not romance that? Am I right? But then you would say, like, this guy? Ko isn't romanceable? I'm just kidding. Ko is definitely not romanceable. I'm kidding. These two are together, I think, right? Wait, what is it? Yeah, partner. So those two are together. She's married to him. She's not romanceable. And I keep thinking she is. But she's not. So, like, you could go with the father or you could go with the daughter, but I guess they're like, nope, you can't go with the daughter. Bum ba dum bum. Bum ba dum bum. She doesn't have any family there. Why is she not romanceable? I think she's the shaman or something, though, right? But anyways, my point is, like, who's romanceable, who's not. I thought there would be a bit more choices based on what's happening. So, trying to think if there's anything else. A lot of Pachans are romanceable. I don't know why Nock isn't. Is Nock taken? No. This is another one. Not sure about. These two are together, but like... Bum, bum, bum. Then should be able to steal Vuak away from your grandmother. Ba-dum, ba-dum. We can't bring up Zora. Crazy. Bum, bum, bum. She's with Akka. Ba-da-ba-ba. Adopted grandchild. You don't have to say that, man. Jesus Christ. I understand I'm adopted. Damn, game. There was a map function the whole fucking time. I'm so mad. But again, like, I forget those things are even a possibility. Wait a second. You can do it on this page. I'm just dumb. All right, well, I limited myself for no reason. Anyways, pets, pretty cool that you go through and make sure that you have all your animals, where they're at. Can you breed them? Can you not breed them? That kind of thing. Seemed like once the animals grew up, a lot of them were 5 hearts, just not 6. So you got to make sure you get as much loving in as possible. But pets and mounts, any pet, like Beast, when we discovered Beast from Took, goes on this list. I don't think there's anything special about befriending them except for your own to go fetch or even ride. Other than that, you can just pet them once they like you enough and then get them maxed out. I don't know if it changes anything like that, but yeah, that's where those went. Nothing special there. You know what? No, the map should still be here. If I'm able to access this stuff on the map, and they knew that, I should be able to open the map as easy as a calendar here. That's how I feel. Being able to tell the player that there are things missing and stuff like that is always incredible. So discoveries and being able to go through and be like, you got to learn all this stuff. I don't know if this ever said that there's 111 things. I probably should have looked at this at some point, but I just looked it up. But all the information is here. Trees, knowledge, that kind of thing. Animals. Look at all these variants of animals we do not have. Funk chicken. Da-da-da-da-da-da. So the evolved animals get new names. They're not just like white chicken or whatever the basic counterpart was. Ballet goat. So like bluegrass cow and a trap cow are much different than the brown aurochs and the dark aurochs. Storm aurochs, cherry aurochs. I didn't realize I got that many variants. But it's interesting nonetheless. Legendaries, don't know how you get them, probably look it up. Bunch of different spiders. I think the red spider's the rare one, but I don't know why it would appear. Or we just got lucky and found it on the right day. Magooed that, I don't know. Don't know what the rare ones for the horses are, but we found the golden boar pretty quickly, I think. This one we stumbled upon at some point. I thought it was a camouflage one. I almost just kept going. But this one stood out, and it's a legendary. So I wonder if you had to tame all the other variants before like this one would appear or this one would appear. I don't know. It seemed like you did have to tame them, but I tamed 19 of them total. 18 before the legendary, at least 17 before this one, and I don't know how many we had done. But I did focus the boars down because I knew we were going to need a lot of fur, and then we needed a lot of yarn later. So I just didn't want to run into that again. I thought boars would just be the easiest ones to get done, and they were. So yeah, there's got to be a lot more on this page that are missing because we don't have the legendaries done. So a lot of that I didn't do. We're not going to sit here and do it. No. Fish, interesting, fun, cool. Now, I will tell you something. I didn't get every achievement done on this playthrough. Okay? I'll be honest. I don't have a level 5 knowledge fish. I believe in the first playthrough, we got the porcupine there. I could do that. I could get that or the Tic Tac done, but I just think that's unnecessary at this point, because I did do it before. So, all the bugs, this was actually fun, getting all those done. Finding all the items. Now, the strange mushroom being RNG and me going to the right place and one not being there, that's stupid, that sucks, that's dumb. Just have them all be the same mushroom and all be the strange mushroom in the flight simulator so I don't accidentally miss it. And when I go look up, what the hell is this? That it was actually in the right spot, just wrong RNG. That's, again, just an inconvenience. Why? Why? Why is that a thing? The flower, Pacha's tulip. I think this was something they forgot they did. A purple white flower that grows in caves and can captivate someone's love. And then if we go back to craft it, a gift for someone you'd like to form a union with. I didn't do this to marry Mana. I don't know what this is. Does this just maybe give them more flowers quickly? I have no idea. But it's there. Can I also say, I think it's also pretty cool how the crafting system just sort of sits in here. You can click on this to craft anything, but you can also just click on a spot in your inventory to fill it with something. I think the crafting system is pretty straightforward, easy, and that kind of thing. Oh, now I understand why this stuff exists. Because you're gonna have excess after you're done upgrading everything. Because copper and tin isn't used in upgrading anything. Now, hardwood and stone and stuff is, but yeah. Flint. It's to make fancier stuff, right? So when you have excess stuff. Can I just say that gravel floors shouldn't require flint and obsidian too? Can I just say that? It should have just been 2 stone. What, like 2 stone for 2 gravel floor. What do you mean gravel needs flint and obsidian? That seems like a very bad idea. I don't know if these developers ever have seen flint or obsidian, but first of all, obsidian is extremely dangerous. And flint can also be extremely dangerous. Even in your picture, you showed the point that can happen on flint that can, you know, pierce skin if you walk on it. Obsidian can just cut you straight, easy. They were used as spear tips for a reason. They're hard glass. Sand floor, same thing. Why is flint here? What are we doing? What are we doing? I don't know. I think they're calling flint brick in these circumstances, really. Just harder rock. Anyways, none of the crafting stuff I think was like out of touch or anything like that, besides maybe that. Yeah, I mean, the great stuff costing a lot to make more of just makes sense. Traps maybe heavy-handed on what you need for them. Maybe with the plant fiber here is maybe a little too high. That's fine. But the stone trap is like straight up just a stone and wood. So it's so much cheaper than like the bird trap or the box trap. I don't think is that bad. I mean, flint, again, I think it's just a harder stone is what they're going for there. But yeah, nothing else in here is like, oh my god, that's way too expensive. Why would it be that way? Irrigation pump makes sense to be expensive because that means you would be irrigating both of the things. You're just gonna make so much profit anyways. But yeah, casks are huge money makers. 20 hardwood is fair. All that. Anything else in the systems? Here's all the products you eventually have to make. They show you what you can make and that kind of thing. But yeah, I think that's it. Iron, it was pretty cool that eventually showed up in coal. We got to quote unquote the Iron Age. But yeah, and here's all the help to go back and find the tutorials if you missed out on them, that kind of thing. Anything else before I get into the nitty gritty? of the mechanics of the game. The mini games, not bad. I enjoyed some of them. The bug catching, that kind of stuff, just fun little things, that kind of stuff. Dice game can suck my nuts, okay? RNG is stupid. It's a simple game. Again, still not bad, but the RNG can make it drag out forever. What else did we have? The fishing game, nothing I haven't seen any before. A little annoying, it could be a little bit difficult, and I'm talking about the line fishing. Fishing traps, very easy, very profitable, that kind of thing. But the fishing mini game, pretty straightforward. My only complaint is that the highest tier ones, the moving away can be a little fast at times. Really fast at times. And if you need food to mitigate that, that's stupid. I think, again, the buff system is so weak, it just sort of gets in the way of having to do things. I used the buffs and still didn't have a better experience. So, again, don't understand it. But then when it says catch now and then does the move away after it says catch now, that absolutely should not happen ever. That is the dumbest thing in that mini game and sort of ruins it for me. I was so burned by it yesterday that I went on a tirade and crashed the fuck out because you do not understand how annoying that is and why it shouldn't be there at all. Once it says catch now, as long as I keep my mouse over it, it should just be able to be caught. Move away should never exist again. I have that fish in my crosshairs and I am taking the shot. And it's going to hit. But instead you said, nope, shit happens, blah, blah, blah. So unfun. So unfun. Other than that, as you get the knowledge for the fish and it becomes easier for them to catch, that hasn't... Why does that have that kind of advancement, but other things don't? You know, like, the inconsistency is there. But the big word here is inconvenience. All right, so when you have the catch now and it says move away and you lose the fish, it's such an inconvenience to the player. It shouldn't be that way. I just remove all this inconvenience, okay? Put the pot next to the house, okay? Make them able to exit out of the dice game when they realize I'm going to lose. Escape to resign. Whatever. Like, there's so many time-consuming things in this game, like waiting for the boar or your mount to show up after you do the horn, and it takes like 3 seconds. Hello, we don't have 3 seconds to spare today for this. Okay? So opening the menu to have the thing still do the thing, just speed it up by twice as much. 1.5 seconds is going to feel a lot better than 3 seconds. Or whatever the timing is. And then, the other thing is hitboxes in the game. All over the place. The mount hitbox is so goddamn huge that sometimes I mount it and sometimes it wants me to play a flute and sometimes that stuff really has to be fixed. We have to get it to the point where right-clicking things is the control. I right-click something, choose the path or whatever. When I have a menu open, time should pause, no matter what. Just stop the game from moving. I waste so much time transitioning and menus and picking the thing and that kind of stuff. It just makes the game more stressful when it absolutely should not. The mount, hitbox, and being able to mount it and things like that is a problem in so many games. But the thing is, you're just making it too big. That's 9 times out of 10, you're just making it too big. They're not clicking the middle of the mount. Or the saddle, where the hitbox should be. Oh, he's dreaming. I was like, what's he growling at? So on and so forth. It's just that kind of inconvenience. Passing out after I built a house no longer has me get dragged to my house. I still go to Grandpa's. Why? What is that? If my house is all the way down here and I need to go to the house to tell my pets where to go and start my day fresh, it's not just losing 20 stamina that matters to me anymore. It's the fact that I can't have a good start to my day even after having a bad end to the previous day. It just continues. And then I have to run from Grandpa's all the way down to my house to try to catch the pets before they run away. The pets should not leave my house before 8 a.m. If I tell them to go fetch, sure. But why they run out the door at 7 a.m., it's just not enough time. So much inconvenience of these little quality of life things that are just thorns that add up to little frustrations that end up making me salty when just one of them becomes a big one, like the fishing mini game. Having it say move away when it says catch now and I click it, it just fish is gone is insane. Yes, I can catch the fish early and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure people will bring up a reasoning. But like, if I put in the time to sit there and deal with all the move aways to get to the catch now and it still does another move away, it's an inconvenience. That doesn't need to be there. Just does not need to be there. Running out of stamina constantly in the caves can be extremely annoying. You have to bring a lot of food. You just never get more stamina, but the tools take just as much stamina. You don't know how many hits it's going to take to hit a rock. You can literally soft lock and then just have to pass out because the time it takes to get all the way back to the shortcut is just going to take too long for you to even have to run home after you get back to the shortcut. Why there's not a shortcut back to your house eventually in the end game, I'm not sure, but then I saw the fruit and I was like, but by now it didn't matter, right? The time we got the shortcut from the jungle then to the stuff, that was great, but it's still 10 goddamn miles away. It's all the way down here by that pot that I can only use when I go and teleport. This shit definitely should have been moved up to whatever this is sitting here. I don't know what that is. Did I build that? Can we move it? Like, it should have been moved up higher. I feel like things aren't centralized for the player just naturally moving along things. It would make more sense to have another pot up here for me to have contribution than it is for them just to build a pot all the way down here, which I'm guessing was just added later in another update. I can feel whatever that disjointed early access syndrome nonsense is. Other people may not be able to feel it, but I definitely can feel it there because I've played so many games. These little things add up to a lot of players giving you just a bad review, saying the game isn't good, when that is not true at all. It's just the fact that it gets in the way so many times when you're trying to figure out the controls, when you find out that you can actually look up the characters on the map because it just doesn't stand out to you because all the hints are down here, right? Like, these things just add up over time. And yes, a lot of it is on the player, but you as a dev that's where you need to help them. You don't have to tell me how to do things or what the answer is for everything, but you do sometimes need to make sure I know where to find the answer if I need to go look it up, right? Or if I need to understand something more. We just don't have that in this game, and that sort of gets in the way. But you're not the only developers to do that, the only game to do that. It is a game industry problem, and it's going to continue to be a problem because people think this is good enough, and it's not, because it's so simple to build these systems to make sure they do not bumble over each other and create weird circumstance. Sometimes you didn't think of it, but you need to build your systems so you can go and change them drastically if you have to, or be able to take point Z in front of point A if it makes things better. Who the frick is calling me? I'm in the middle of a Roots of Pacha review. Anyhow, what else in the game just... It takes so much time to run around. If we just had that extra foot speed and stuff like that, and then finding out it's locked, the best foot speed, riding mastery is locked behind a 9-flower knock, is just a punch in the gut. Relationships in Pacha degrade so quickly that it was hard to keep up with everyone. And there is a shit ton of characters to keep up with. But then the Mograni not only get bonuses, and the Yakuans get bonuses when I talk to them, and then they get less degradation, I think that's the word, than the Pachans, who are just seemingly just kind? Where? I'm sorry I couldn't talk to you for a week. I'm busy contributing 65% of the total contribution of the whole fucking clan. I'm a little busy, can't talk to you right now. They should love me for the shit I'm putting in the damn pot. But again, here we are at the end. I still had to run around, talk to everybody, try to figure that stuff out. I'm glad I just looked it up because the relationships would have just taken even longer if I didn't just min-max. The Yakuans, we would have stumbled into the song, I feel. We got them done, I think, for the most part, except for any decorations or anything like that, or like special cutscenes and that kind of thing. But yeah, but it also feels like there is bonuses to the relationship system. I have no idea. I don't know how the system works at all. I don't know what's good. I don't know what's bad, that kind of thing. So we run into all these like game industry problems in this game with some very specific things that plague this game for weird reasons. I feel like the cave maps and stuff like that needed to be a little more detailed, so I understood where the exits, entrances were, that kind of thing. I understand why they were made the way it is, because you have stuff hidden in there and that kind of thing. There's so many things that made it sort of like a generic problem instead of it like something that you could overlook. And then it was just constantly, you knew it was there. It's just holding over your head. It's an overwhelming feeling is what it ends up being. Same thing as characters, when you open a menu and a character just continues to run off because you don't have something in the right inventory slot. Inconvenience. But this game is plagued by so many just sort of like petty inconveniences. It's just almost like they didn't ever think about them. But if you just played the game, you would experience them and go, hey, I need to change that. Or have play testers, lots of them, so you can get those different ideas. But again, that's me. That's how I feel. Overall, the flow of the game just goes. It's pretty quick. It is a decent farm sim with a lot of relationship stuff, with an overall arcing progression system based off those relationships. And what you're contributing and how much of it and that kind of thing. You can easily beat all this stuff in less than 3 years if you have the efficiency, especially if you watch other people play, you know what to do and what not to do. Don't be afraid to overindulge in planting trees, farming, grabbing animals, that kind of stuff. I never felt like it was ever too much at any point in both playthroughs. I do think this game has its issues, but they can be overlooked by very specific things, or there's a way around it. I do think there's a bit of convoluted stuff going on here. Maybe 1.3 is a little too disjointed from all the other stuff. Only the achievements we were going after at the end are only on Steam. So they're not even on console, but they did get the update as far as I know for 1.3. So overall, having spent 100 plus hours in Roots of Pacha, what do I give the score? 9 out of 10. I do think this was one of the better ones in the Stardew Valley. Like, I'm glad I came back to it. I'm glad I played the hell out of it, but I'm done playing it. I see no reason for me to really come back to this game unless there's a major update that seems interesting. But at this point, with the way the story ended and that kind of stuff, and with where all the end-game stuff is, at this point, you're just gonna earn more and more and more contribution to just the end game of get all your animals to 444's legendary with the best farm of all time. I don't know. I feel like that doesn't interest me. Knowledge 5 of everything, every variant of animal is still out there. Creating the best production line, all that kind of stuff is, you know, it's there. You can do it. I just feel like we've hit the point in this game where definitely there's nothing left for me to accomplish. It's not going to make me feel accomplished or anything like that. So, but a 9 out of 10. With the inconveniences that I was feeling, it was probably more because the pressure was there of completing the game. But now that it's done, I can definitely say this game does deserve a lot of the love that it gets. It's a very well done game. If it's literally just 2 devs, I mean, there we go. More than likely, I'm going to give it a recommendation on Steam. Starting out with, yes, there's inconvenience and that kind of stuff, and that kind of thing. But, yeah. Let's go to the Steam reviews, because I find these hilarious. All right, I find some of these negative reviews especially funny. This person, 12.7 hours total playtime, but at 4.2 hours, they said the mission system is a pieces of. What do you mean? 32 and a half hours in. All right, 32 and a half hours in. This is at the beginning of this year. The theme and idea of the game is actually pretty nice, but unfortunately there are too many mechanics in this game that make it frustrating for me personally. I feel like they tried too hard to invent their own mechanics in order to not copy existing games like Stardew Valley, but they made it really non-intuitive. Switching tools is a huge pain. You can't quickly switch between two tools. Why do people have a problem with that system? I found when I first encountered that system, I was like, that's great. And then other games do it, and people are like, I can't simply just mouse up or mouse down. If you hit F first and then mouse up or mouse down, yes. Like, I always talk about like levels to playing video games, and people don't understand. Like, playing Mario, the original Mario, is not easy for people. Like, knowing that directional pad moves you left, right, and then to go up and down a vine is up and down, pretty intuitive. But if I tell you to run and jump, and you have to hold a button down to get speed, and then press a different button to jump, it's too much for people. Because I'm asking you not only to press the directional pad, I'm asking you to press other buttons to do things with that directional pad. And that's the disconnect a lot of people have with video games. So even Mario isn't the easiest game to start playing. But it is a way to just learn by fire. So I throw you in the fire, good luck, don't get burned. Oh, you are getting burned? This is a way to get burned less, right? Until you master the fire and you come out throwing it at people. But the point is, like, when I see that, every time I see it, like, it's really hard to switch between two tools. No, it just doesn't pause the game. It feels clunky because of that. If the game paused and let you just pick things, like if you saw everything stop, you wouldn't feel so rushed to make sure you get the right thing. Like seeds, I had to do inside the menu to pause the game to figure out which seed to pick and things like that. Do you see how that inconvenience there? Because the game doesn't pause, so I can look at the seeds and be like, which one did I want? Like, you can't do that. You have to know before you go in the menu. So it's very stressful. But other than that, I mean, like, it is easy to switch between two tools to me. So not really a thumbs down. Moving items in inventory chest. I feel like the mechanic of moving items is widely established and they just invented it newly bad. Yes and no. I mean, it's different. I learned it. You press X to move things, but yeah, at the same time, it was a bit convoluted. Again, inconvenient, but not exactly a problem. No proper way to label chests, so you don't know what's inside the chest until you look inside. Get good. That's just the thing. I usually memorize what's in what chest and that kind of thing. I did have to start painting them to get the color association, but other than that, a lot of people having chests be named and stuff like that, I feel like has become much of a crutch for games like these. Because if you have a chest that is brown and you're putting wood in it, you should associate the brown with the wood and that kind of stuff, I feel. But I don't know. Again, there's a disconnect between players. Getting out of dungeons, no such thing. It's just the cave system. It's a huge pain. It's like sliding down a hill. It's fun sliding, but no one enjoys going up the hill. Stardew Valley had an elevator system. So you can't just leave the cave whenever you want type of thing by going back to the ladder. Yeah, we ran into that issue, but it was more of a stamina issue, not so much that I can't get the fuck out of the cave. I could always go back to the shortcut. It's just, it took longer is the issue there too. So there's something there, but again, it's just the way the caves work. Entrances inside the dungeon are so bad. Why are these spoiler alerted? Entrances inside the dungeon are so badly visible, it's more frustrating than a puzzle. That dungeon is a main system to the game. Why are you making it a spoiler thing? It's not a dungeon, it's a cave, and it's a big cave system. What are you talking about? Are so badly visible, it's more frustrating than a puzzle. Entrances inside the dungeon are so badly visible. Yeah, but it does show you when they open up, much like a Zelda game, so again, some of the abilities from these spirit animals feel useless and unfun, e.g. a monkey jumping around really gets tiring after the 5th time. I don't know. I thought it was cute. Was it necessary? No. But I mean, a lot of video games do that, right? They have like these arbitrary ways to get around. Did I say hello to you, Rodrigo? Hello. Very unsatisfactory not being able to synchronize the harvest of wild plants. They all grow the same. I don't know what that means. Frustrating placement of things on the map due to restrictions. Yeah, I can get behind that a little bit. Inconvenient is what that is. That is the word with this game. If there's any detraction from this game by a full point from a 10 out of 10, it's that there's so much inconvenience. The endless seed bag is a cool idea on its own. Riding together on a mount, functional pets, hunting mechanism, taming is cool. So that's the stuff they liked. It seems like you're looking for a Animal Crossing game instead of a farm sim. Somebody gave them a jester. Yeah. Okay. After 10.9 hours, too much hand-holding and linear gameplay for my liking. Feels like you're being walked through the game in a predetermined manner. You are. But it's called progression. The first year is, I mean, to a point, there is a point where they stop doing things and you have to go and collect stuff and stuff to continue to progress. But I mean, like, it's called progression. It actually has a progression system, unlike Stardew Valley, where you progress at your own pace. If you do something, don't do something, decides your progression. In this game, it always wants, like, people aren't, like, the clan is alive type of shit. I don't know. Again, makes me laugh. A predetermined manner. That's called leveling up. You leveled up, now they want you to do something, and you're saying that they explained how to do that thing, and that upsets you. Cool. Go play Dark Souls. 14.7 hours in. I tried to like it, but found the pacing too dull. Just lots of busy work, an overwhelming amount of chores without enough agency or creative freedom. Preferred Stardew and even Starbound by... Oh, don't say that. Starbound? Starbound? What the hell? What the hell were you doing in Starbound to even like it? Starbound is one of the worst progression games. Like, it's more like Terraria with Tourette's. It just doesn't know what it wants to be. Yeah, farming, 2D farming, and this kind of it just feels like the game is so disjointed so many times, and then you dig down, it gets too cold, and you die if you don't have enough torches placed, and then that's all I can remember from Starbound. I don't know if it ever got better, but then, like, to actually move to the next planet, and then you pretty much start over, and then you just have to find the thing that gets to the next planet. Starbound, that one, you're comparing that game or saying it's better than this game is insane. If you were comparing Terraria to Starbound, I would tell you Terraria is a superior game. But when you compare Stardew to this game, we can have a conversation. But when you go Roots of Pacha and Starbound, I just want to know what the fuck you're talking about, because they're nowhere close to each other when it comes to gameplay. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you high? What? This is why we need to read these negative reviews, because I feel like some of these people are just, whoa, where are you coming from? When I read other reviews on other games that are negative, I can be like, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And then I can disagree with, like, maybe this just isn't, you know, these parts aren't for them and it's getting in the way, right? It's not a thorn, they're getting stabbed, they're getting hit in the face with a baseball bat, right? Like, Dave the Diver, man, it's just... Eventually, baseball bat to me. Other people, they're gonna be like, oh, it's fun, it's a MarioWare. Right? But, like, it's a WarioWare, not a MarioWare. Anyways, other notes. Pacha forces you to engage with various NPCs more than Stardew, but none of them struck me as particularly interesting. Okay, fair enough. Multiplayer suffers from pacing issues such as needing to gather all players in one spot for any sort of minor event or story progression. I don't know. I didn't play multiplayer, so I can't comment really on that, but I guess. Inconvenience. There we go. Even with the three of us playing, it often felt like a bit too much busy work to unlock most things. You don't have to unlock it. You don't have to. Even I had to go, you don't have to do that, Zork. Just don't do it. Like that they give you all these things to do, and I feel like maybe people feel obligated to do it. And I was doing that. No, don't do that. You're doing that to yourself. Don't do it. Just let it go. Just let the ideas come and just not fulfill them. It'll stay there forever. It's not going to go anywhere. The days are fairly short, and you spend most of them walking around to reach distant work sites so you can smash rocks all day, rinse, and repeat. That is true. I mean, you know, the walking is so goddamn slow. Get a fucking mount, though. I knew that from the beginning. Like, they're like, hey, you want to ride this creature? Yes! To go around faster, yes! I don't do it in Stardew Valley now because I'm just that fast. We're almost done with year 2. I'm moving and shaking. We don't have time. The cave quests are terribly boring. You need to smash rooms full of rocks before the door will open and allow you to progress. It takes a long time to reach the place you left off, and you drain stamina super fast. You practically need to have one player dedicated to mining the caves while the others supply that person with food to keep their stamina up. When you finally find a place of interest, all other players need to drop everything in order to progress past a cutscene or puzzle in order to continue. Then it's back to smashing rocks for 2 hours straight. None of it took 2 hours to progress for me. Not a single bit of it, unless I didn't have the object. Now, there was a couple times I guessed at what the thing was when I didn't find the hint. There was a third time I guessed and it was completely wrong. I don't remember if I did the same thing in the first playthrough, but progressing never felt like it was a 2-hour event to go anywhere. Once I had the things, I was able to do stuff. Once I had the food for stamina, once I was able to that. Smashing rocks, you're gonna need those resources, buddy. You're gonna need them. I don't know what the complaint here is, but it seems like you were inconvenienced. Yeah, you know, yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like somebody whose friends are like, play this game, blah, blah, blah. And they're like, you go do the caves. Your friends suck, not the game. All right, 5.1 hours, June 5th. I came for the gorgeous gorgeous visuals and allure of seemingly rich culture to learn about. I came for the magnificent handcrafted UI, seemingly crafted with love. It took 5 hours for me to realize the beautiful exterior has an utter lack of depth. The character writing is bland and uninspired. I don't think it was bland at all. I think sometimes it was a little flat, if anything. But it was never like, I mean, seeing Grandma getting ready to do a date with Vuak, and then her go, yeah, I was just here to go visit the Pacha tree, blah, blah, blah. Really? That's bland? No depth? Are we playing the same game here? Uninspired? The gameplay systems are dull and grindy. Grindy-ish, dull. I'm always on my toes in this game, like constantly moving. So I don't know what they're talking. The progression system holds your hand and leaves nothing to the imagination. I guess. Hey, I have an idea. You go over there. Hey, what's the idea? Irrigation. Okay, what do you need? Is that hand-holding, or is it just saying, here's the quest? What do people consider hand-holding? I don't know what they mean by hand-holding. That it was progressing with or without you? That it was explaining things? I am so confused what people think is hand-holding now. What do you want the game to do? Explain nothing? Because then you're going to complain that it explains nothing. I thought this was a good... not once did I think the game was like, oh man, here we go. I always felt like, oh, that's where the game is going. The moment I saw irrigation, I was excited. I don't know. It's like sitting down with a good book, but someone spoils each major plot point before you get close to finding out on your own. What? Now what are you talking about? There is no major plot points here. There is literally, hey, do you want this advancement in your life or not? Are you that person when you watch, like, what was that thing I saw the other day somebody was complaining about? God damn it, I can't remember now, but I was so pissed. I was like, you can't even, like, oh, that person right now with the cave where they're like, it's a dungeon and they have it in spoiler. They blocked it out with spoiler stuff. That is one thing they tell you when you look at the damn game. It's not a spoiler. It's not a spoiler. They tell you there's a cave with abilities to find. Or something like that. Like, that's not a spoiler. If I had a movie called Hunting the Shark, and then it turns out like the main character is hunting sharks, and you go, well, I wish I didn't know that until I saw the movie. Like, the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing here? What's a spoiler? There's a different, like, right now, Guild Wars 2. People are putting in a spoiler section the new elite specs. Are you just blindly buying things to see what's in them? Is that what people are doing and then get mad when someone tells you what some of those things are? Because if that's the case, you're a fucking moron! Do not buy something without being informed of what you're buying! And then don't get mad at other people when they go, hey, did you know this is in there? And you go, that's a spoiler. No, it's not. And that's what it was. There was something in Guild Wars 2 that they like told, oh, home instance templates is what it was. And somebody goes, oh, is that coming with the expansion? And someone said yes. And I'm not sure it's coming with the expansion. Like, I don't know what the system is, if it is a template system, but people are getting ready for that system, right? So it's something known. They announced, hey, we're gonna make you able to save your home instance in a certain look, right? This is news. This is great things to know. And then what ended up happening is somebody got mad because it was quote unquote a spoiler. Being informed is not spoiling anything except your ignorance. And I am at a loss of how this person feels like it's a major plot point being spoiled for them to go, hey, do you want an oven in your house? You don't even know what the oven does. You don't even know how the irrigation works. You don't even know what you can ferment until you have the fucking thing in your possession. It's not spoiling anything until you find out fish can be fucking fermented and you're making millions, and then pickling comes along and you're like, oh shit, what's pickling do? And it turns out you can pickle the damn fish, and then it turns out that's a huge moneymaker. And nothing's getting spoiled. I wanted to like this game because it truly is beautiful. But with the likes of Stardew Valley there for comparison, there's no way I can recommend it. Because of Stardew Valley is the reason why I will recommend it. I think it is 70% Stardew Valley. And then I think it's 30% prehistoric, new UI, interesting stuff that people should check out. 9 out of 10. Someone gave them the Jester thing, by the way. 349.4 hours on record. Not recommended. But did it at 197.8 hours at review at the time. May 27th. I really want to give this game a good review to thank the production team for their efforts and dedication, but I still have to give a negative review. There are too many errors in the simplified Chinese translation of the game, especially the translation of various fish species is almost not correct. And the simplified Chinese translation does not distinguish between purple carrots and orange carrots. 349.4 hours and you're mad about the name of carrots. Look, Chinese is not easy. If you would like to help them, I think there was something about joining their Discord. I think a lot of developers have been asking for help to translate specifically with Chinese. That's pretty much it. Chinese and English from people who are not English speakers are the biggest languages. They're trying to break the barrier down. And it's hard to find translators for that stuff without spending thousands of dollars. But at the same time, there's like people they pay to translate it. They're just not doing it well. They're like, oh no. And how are you supposed to know if you don't even know the language, right? If you don't speak the language, you would have just done it yourself in the first place. But the other thing is like, I think this person has 0.4 hours and gave it a thumbs down. No words. One person found it helpful. I'm gonna give it a thumbs down. I have no idea what the fuck. 0.4 hours gives it a thumbs down. Why? June 10th? What happened? 7.2 hours specifically bought it for the multiplayer. Shared resources are bad enough, but it's super expensive to get a bag space when it costs 1k points instead of 500 since we share currency. 2-day wait on tools for each player instead of one. So if you alternate, it takes twice as long. Single player, I was enjoying myself, but we got this to co-op. We had one of the quests bugged and the non-host player finished the seed maker quest and couldn't place it and couldn't move. So he had to cancel the action. Now the quest is complete, but we don't have the building since it also completed for me. We can't talk to him to get it to place it. Yes, you can. You should be able to go in there and it has the little icon so you can place it. Not really sure how this broke for him, but this was like over a year ago. So this one is May 4th of 2024. That's interesting. I'm not going to keep reading this because it's multiplayer. 81.5 hours, May 14th. I decided to give this game another shot after the updates, and honestly, I'm still left disappointed. Having played a lot of farming sims, Harvest Moon, Stardew, Homestead Arcana, Rune Factory, Little Witch in the Woods, Fields of Mystery, A Core Keeper, etc. Core Keeper. Why do people think that's a farm sim? Because there's farming? Again, it's like Starbound. Like, I guess. I mean, it's closer than Starbound. I'll give it to him this time. You can throw Core Keeper in there. I don't know what etc. means. It feels like you're running out of games because you went from Fields of Mystery to Core Keeper really fast. I mean, there wasn't even a bridge between those two games. Core Keeper is like Forager. Yes, you're getting resources. Yes, you can farm things, but it's a very arcade game. It's not a farm sim. You are running around and gathering as much shit as possible, as fast as possible to build things, to advance your character, to beat bosses. Oh, does that sound familiar? Like Terraria? If they went Core Keeper Starbound, that would have completed that little thing there. I've never played Little Witch in the Wood or seen any gameplay of that one, so I don't know what it is. Or Homestead Arcana. No idea. This one really has no payoff. It's bland and very grindy. There's no variation in day-to-day. I'm in the middle of my second year, and there really is no incentive to interact with any of the NPCs. That's a goddamn lie. You need to interact with those NPCs like your life depends on it. There's recipes, decorations, and fucking just other goddamn things in there that you absolutely want to see and understand are happening. Like when Jin tells you that you're like one of the best people of all time. What a great cutscene. Wouldn't have had it without the 6 flowers, or 5, or whatever it was. I've reached the second summer competition day event, and honestly, I could skip it just to focus on creating more contributions for the clan. Correct, you don't have to go to the festivals. Speaking of which, all of the high contribution involves either pickling or cask items. But otherwise, cooking and farming is a waste of time. Then how are you supposed to pickle? Are you talking about just farming? Because pickling produce is one of the easiest, fastest ways to get a lot of money. Also, how are you supposed to get the other stuff for your cask? What are you talking about? Huh? What a doofus. Picking up this game where I left off, completely forgot about the horse totem and could probably finish the game without even needing that to advance in the story. I thought the cave puzzles were moderately interesting and mysterious in the beginning, but it's a bore now. I keep searching for that perfect farm sim. What other recommendations have you given and not given? I feel like these games are not for you. I bet they thumbs up Core Keeper. I'm gonna find that one funny. 26.5 hours. I'm not sure if it's because I played Stardew Valley first, but Roots of Pacha feels, well, empty. I can't avoid making comparisons, but everything in Roots of Pacha feels much grindier. For example, getting better tools, improving irrigation, which is a real pain, and leveling up. I will tell you, the beginning watering process is so goddamn annoying. Once you have irrigation, that resolves. Like, the inconvenience just goes away. So, but it's also probably because irrigation, it needs that impact too. So I almost think it's a dev artistic thing that, like, this is how people watered their crops. Then they found irrigation and everything changed, right? Like, it immediately felt that way. Like, farming was so easy after that and took that away, and we stopped wasting time on that to go do other things. So, I don't know. I think it's a way to keep year one sort of like an interactive thing, and yes, it can feel very grindy. Leveling up the knowledge of crops, improving irrigation, which is a real pain, and leveling up the knowledge of the crops, fish, and everything else. Everything feels much more tedious, difficult, and time-consuming to achieve. The game world also feels a lot emptier. Apparently, my only real concern during the first year was running around like crazy to gather seeds whenever a new season arrived, which I thought was fun. And I ended up missing a seed. Wheat. It feels like after taking half-hearted care of the crops, there's little motivation to go out and do anything else in the world. I can see this person's point, but I think they also weren't exploring enough. I think once you start finding the other stuff to do, everything can start feeling overwhelming. I feel like they were just trying to farm, which is it's a way to play the game. So 64 hours in, January 19th, 2024, so a long time ago. This game is frustrating to play with completely messed up controls designed for trollers. So on keyboard and mouse, you're getting a middle finger. You're getting inconvenienced is what you are. Have an entirely empty quick bar. Here are 3 sets of radial buttons to tap through to slowly and painfully switch tools every 1 to 2 steps to try to clear your land. That's why you switch to a tool, clear a bunch of the stuff, switch to the other tool, clear a bunch of stuff, switch to the other tool, clear a bunch of stuff. You got to do it in steps, but instead, nobody taught you that in your life because you probably didn't go outside and have to work really hard because your father was screaming at you that you didn't do enough stuff with your life and didn't go outside enough, so he taught you all these stupid things that you had to learn, and then you grew up, and then you end up renting an apartment because you can't afford a house, and somebody else does all that shit for you. I don't know what just happened there, but I said it. Overlaying interactions all condensed to a left click. Want to water your plants? Let me repeatedly open that. That's a normal menu thing that I actually wished happened more in the game because it shows me the interaction options instead of one click doing 6 different fucking things. So I don't agree with that at all. Why are you mad that a left click opens up a menu of what the hell you want to do? Want to water your plants? Let me repeatedly open the oh, he's talking left click. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. But wait, hold on. Want to water your plants? Let me repeatedly open the animal menu. Animal touching the square. Want to harvest? Let me toss. Oh wait. Now this person's actually complaining about what I was complaining about. Never mind. It needed more right click. Let me till and untill the land behind him on a loop. It's horrible. Okay, the tilling and untilling was annoying, but it's more of an... What's the word? Everybody want to say it with me? 3, 2, 1. Inconvenience. Yeah, it just needs some quality of life. But also, I don't think there's a better way to till and untill the soils. So, until you get your hoe, and then it's... You know, you can charge it, and so you have a lot of time to think. Economy has no balance. Seed purchase costs as much as the produce grown from it over several days. As much as the produce grown from it, but not as you advance it. It like starts to outpace it, but it's supposed to be converted to something. I think that's... Cooked food is worth a fraction, in some cases a sixth of the grown produce that went into it. Yeah, food is not the moneymaker. I don't know why that is, but it definitely isn't. But it's the same way in Stardew Valley, I think. Most of it either breaks even or you lose money too. So most farming sims do it that way because the bonus or whatever you're cooking the food for is the main reason why that system's there. This one takes it just to a whole new level where you can waste like 900 contribution, like that cow's cheese or whatever being 700 and something to make something only worth like 37. Like, that's insane. The energy restored by food is less than you wasted growing the damn thing to make the food. That's not true. You need to find better food. The best strategy is just not grow stuff. Go fish and they're worth a fortune, a fraction of energy. That's true. Go fish, but you can also grow stuff and then pickle later. You know how Stardew sprinkles a light amount of debris over your land on a season change? This game does it daily, floods of it. I'm getting like 30 plus day. That one was a lot. Like the whole village sleepwalks and throws crap on my land on purpose. I have nowhere near the energy to clear it. Let's try. They have some good points here. 1.5 season in and still manually watering everything. No sign of irrigation upgrade. 75% of daily energy goes to basic watering. Yeah, that's true. Walking is painfully slow. Even while mounted, I had to get a mod for walking speed to be able to do anything in the day. I mean, yeah, again, another pain point. Inconvenience. Quick stashing chests does not exist. You'll have a ton of small capacity chests to go through, manually depositing one item at a time. You can't drag drop. You also can't just click on it. For some reason, you have to do it in multiple steps. I don't know. I didn't find the chest system... It was a bit convoluted, but nothing like Coral Island, man. Coral Island, just opening the menu was a difficulty. Like, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'm just a gamer. Maybe that's what it is. Fishing the pond shows outlines of all the fish. No matter your fishing experience, they all look identical until you have your mouse on them for a while to progress the fishing. Problem is, the moment you mouse over one of them, the mouse hard snaps and won't let go for a long time, so you can't quickly go through all of them, find the fish you want. Hard snaps? You just move off of them. I didn't have any snapping motion. Maybe that's a setting that they turned on? I don't know. Again, all ruined by controller users who apparently can't follow the fish. There needs to be a toggle. I did not have that problem. Disable the snapping. So maybe that was fixed later, because this was an old review. This game has not heard of quality of life. They took the good features of similar games and tossed them out the window. Don't get me wrong, the game is pretty, it just plays horribly. So it was the inconvenience. And my biggest complaint about this game, keeping it to be like in a 9.5, 10 out of 10, is the quality of life. So this stuff existed 2 years ago, practically. So, yeah, I don't think they're gonna fix it though. I don't think so. April 5th, 7.3 hours. I just don't like Roots of Pacha and couldn't get into it. It's slow to move around the map, interact with things, and progress. I don't feel... And progress? I don't know about that. I don't feel motivated to achieve goals. There isn't much interesting stuff to make and work towards. Sometimes it's not clear what your next step should be. Do you see how these negative reviews contradict each other? Do you see? Somebody said it's hand-holding, and now I don't know what to do. I don't know what the next step is. I don't know how to play the game. It feels dry. I don't really care about the NPCs. Meh. Okay, that's big opinion, but I don't like the color scheme of the game. Oh, hold on. There's a comment with this one. Hold on. There are mods to speed up walking speed and skip the mini games like animal taming that were fun the first 3 times to get absurdly tedious. I expect the mods will need some time to catch up on the post-update. Go mod your game, it'll be better. I really do think the mods for this game would be a lot of fun. But anyhow, I had fun with that. Because the negative reviews, man. Negative reviews. Do I recommend this game? Absolutely. Do I recommend this game at $25? Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad price, but it does go on discount. I picked it up for like 14, 15 bucks. 40% discount isn't unheard of. I think the lowest the game has been, I think somebody told me it was like $12 and something, okay? I always suggest games that are more than a year old, which this one definitely is because it came out April 25th, 2023. So it's over 2 years old. Get them on discount. The games should get cheaper the longer they are. If I made a game and say I sent it out 20 bucks, every year that it's out, I would start reducing it by $1. All the way down to, I don't know, $5. Maybe more. I don't know. The reason that is because I think hopefully I'm earning money from the game, first of all. But the other thing is, if I've stopped working on a game, especially, I just don't think it's going to retain that value compared to where the industry is going to go. And in hopes that more people play my game as well. So if the price point was too high for them then, 3 years later, I want it lower. So even if I do give it a discount, say I give it a 30% discount on that 20%, we're talking 14 bucks, right? 30% of 20? Is that right? Yeah. So like, but if it's less than that, if it's down to that 17 bucks, 30% is even more impactful for them and things like that. The games should get cheaper with time. So when games stay 50, 60, 70, $80, 5, 6, 7, 8 years after the game has come out, bullshit. I'm calling bullshit on that. You probably don't need the money anymore. And in fact, by making it cheaper, it becomes more accessible to more people. So the idea is start hitting the price point of the people who couldn't afford it then, so they can now afford it now and play your game and enjoy it just like other people did, if not more. So $12.49 has been the lowest price to this game. At $12.49, I think this game is a steal. I think a lot of people will find it fun. I've said oh, look at the beach marriage. That one actually looked pretty great. Anyways, I didn't find the mini games to be too tough. There obviously are mods to shut off those mini games. I think the animal taming mini game would be a big one I would eventually shut off. But other than that, just some automation in this game, some quality of life is really all it needs. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I think Sodadin is either done with this game at this point, with the way things ended up, or, you know, if there is an update, we'll come back and look at it. But I hope the next update would just be quality of life, a discount, and get people to come back to the game and enjoy the rest of it. I've enjoyed a lot of this game. I enjoyed playing it back when we did the Stardew Valley-like event. It was such a breath of fresh air that I just wanted to keep playing it then. So, and then it took so long to get back that I had to restart because I was going to forget things, but I'm glad I did because I learned a lot of stuff and was able to do better things. And if I played it through it again, it would be even better. The thing is, I think people are trying to rush this game. I think people just aren't taking full advantage of the game like me, aren't reading things like me, and it makes it even worse and compounds the inconvenience that the game does have. I don't think any of the systems are unlearnable. I think the controller probably might be the way to play the game, but on keyboard and mouse, it wasn't terrible either. I think this was the winner of the Stardew Valley-like event, playing 5 different Stardew Valley-like games. The other one we will be playing is Fields of Mysteria when it hits 1.0. The big problem with that game was early access, polish, quality of life stuff wasn't there either, and that one bogged me down a bit more. But yeah, just a little bit. I gave it at like 8.5 out of 10, mostly because it was still in early access. But I'm pretty sure that's going to be a 9 out of 10 game. Fields of Mysteria is loved by a lot of people. This game was not that big. But to Sodadin, thank you for making this game. Fuck you for the little fishing move away after the thing. And other than that, you made a great thing here. I 100%ed it. I enjoyed the ride for the most part, and I hope everybody else did too. No more content updates, so the only thing would be small patches. Yeah. I think this game, if the community grows, there will be a lot of mods to deal with the quality of life things that I spoke about. Yeah, I think mods would actually make this game. If they remove stamina, especially, made the chest system a little better for people, and just overall got rid of those little thorns. You know, like if you don't like the mini games, remove them, and that kind of thing. But like, better pacing in this game definitely would have helped it. I think that people wouldn't feel like it was such hand-holding or they didn't know what to do. I'm surprised people wouldn't know what to do in this game, though. The multiplayer does look interesting. I don't think the cost of tools in multiplayer would have been a big deal, because you have 2 people able to do twice as much. In fact, I think you would be able to get stuff done a bit faster if you split yourselves up correctly. But who knows? I swear, Binary knows everything about every game. They are amazing. Binary in general is just amazing. He's probably Googling stuff or has already looked at it because he wants to buy the game. But yeah, that's it. I don't think I have anything else to talk about. Cool. I said I'm finishing games and stuff this year. This is the 4th game I've 100%ed this year, I think. If not more. I don't know at this point. I'm sort of... The year of review is going to be interesting for this year because I don't think we're going to be playing as many new games and stuff this year, if at all. I think maybe like 5 to 10 new games. I don't know how many we bought this year. But yeah. Now the next farm sim game will be Firefly Village. It's cheap. It's a cheap game. It's like $9 when it's not on sale. Right now it's like $7.50 US. We will check that out when we're done with Dredge. We will not be in Dredge until next week, though. So, starting next Monday, we will be in Dredge, and then we'll play that until I'm done. Will there be 2 days? I'm not sure. Starts next Monday, Ro. We are not done today, technically. I don't know, though. Maybe I should call it a day. We could play Stardew Valley Expanded for about 4 hours. But I'd have to come back about 10:15. I did start a little late. Gotta make a decision here. We're playing Stardew Valley Expanded tomorrow for sure. I don't know. Because the other thing, if I take the rest of the day off, I will be able to get some other things done so I don't have to do it over the weekend. Small TCG shop show? Okay, Chaz. We'll come back and play some TCG Card Shop Simulator. How about that? And then tomorrow, Stardew Valley expanded. Fine, we'll play TCG Card Shop Simulator for 3 to 4 hours until I get bored of it on stream, and then fine. But we're gonna end this show for sure. So Chaz needs more time. I will give more time. I did want to do 9 shows this week. That's what was planned. I actually thought the Roots of Pacha stuff was gonna take a bit longer today, but as soon as it started being like a minute and a half to move the days, oh man, that was easy. That's really the way to play it, and get your animals set up and get the legendary pine cones, and then absolutely just have the best in slot everything and be like, look at my awesome stuff. Yeah, see, this game will be fun to people who like the min-max. I think, for sure. But anyhow, let's have a small TCG card shop show. TCG shop show? Card shop simulator? Yeah. Any mods looking in chat, I appreciate you. Thank you for everybody coming by. Everybody who hit the like button. Wow, you're so awesome. That was like, what, 30 people? Wow, that's crazy. 30 likes on a video? If you forgot, join the other 30 people. If you would like to subscribe, I'd really appreciate that. For some reason, everybody is really scared of me hitting 900 subs. Just do it. Just go ahead. Just push it right over. Every time I say that, I lose like 3 subs. But I'm just saying, I don't know what the issue is. Go ahead and join that. There will be a playlist at the end of this one that is not Roots of Pacha. I highly suggest checking that one out, whatever that will be. But this one does have a playlist. Roots of Pacha returns. If you missed any of it and you just got here at the end and you said, wow, this guy, 9 out of 10, what the hell happened? Go back, start at the beginning, watch the whole damn thing. It's 100 hours plus of content for you. Other than that, we have a Stardew Valley expanded playlist to check out. I'll have to go back to that playlist to catch the last VOD to see what the hell I was doing, because it's been so long. It should really not take 2 weeks to get back to Stardew Valley. But tomorrow we'll be back to Stardew Valley for about 4.5 hours, 5, something like that. I try to keep those a little shorter, but we need to get back to Stardew Valley expanded, so we'll just do that tomorrow. I guess we'll do TCG Card Shop Simulator tonight. I really didn't want it to be 6 shows because I haven't got it to the point, but I did do enough. I think there's stuff to talk about, but there will also not be things to talk about. I'll explain, I guess, when we get into the next part. Is there anything else to talk about? August 26th, Guild Wars 2 will return if you're looking for that content. And then October 28th is the expansion. I am an ArenaNet partner. They do sponsor me. And if you'd like to use my links to check out Guild Wars 2 or anything like that, or buy the expansion, feel free. The game, the expansions, whatever. Feel free to click on those and use those. I do get a kickback, and it's very generous. And, you know, when YouTube's not able to give me money from your guys' awesome memberships because you're amazing and you're giving me money and it's crazy, that's the other best way to give me money. Because I don't do PayPal anymore. Because that company is shady as fuck. And I really don't like their Honey app thing that they had and all that kind of stuff. It just grinds my gears, man. Just what the frick. Anyways, everybody come back. We'll do some TCG Card Shop Simulator. Give me like 10 minutes to adjust things. Let YouTube stop freaking out because I just finished streaming and then try to start another stream too fast, and they're like, what? You're still playing Roots of Pacha? No, we're done. We're not playing Roots of Pacha again unless there's a major update. But according to Binary, there isn't. So this is it. Bye, Roots of Pacha. It was fun playing you. And as always, I leave you with this. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. We're all we got. Have a great night, day, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever time it is. Make you great. Go to bed, sleep well, get that rest. You will need it. Trust me. I'm going to see you for the rest of this weekend because I believe the Friday is the beginning of our weekend. Have a great gosh darn weekend, okay? Make it fun. Play some video games. Go get some Roots of Pacha. Play that. No, wait until it goes on discount. If you need, but if you have $25, the game, it exists. I say that about a lot of things, though. $25. We're going to Qdoba. Anyhow. Panda Express is overrated. That's all you really need to know. Roots of Pacha is 9 out of 10. And we're going to play TCG Card Shop Simulator for our second show today. Thanks to Chaz. Thanks to Chaz. Everybody thank Chaz and chat before I leave. Other than that, if I don't see you for the rest of August, enjoy the rest of your August. If I don't see you for the rest of the year, because you get busy with school, work, whatever else out there, you can't catch me live. The VODs will always be here to keep you company. I am out of here. Dave's Hot Chicken. God, man, that sounds great. No, I gotta lose weight. Bye. I have to come back and tell you, Peter's staring at me. We are not sponsored, endorsed, or affiliated, or partnered with Dave's Hot Chicken. Okay, Peter? Okay. See you guys at TCG Cards after that. But if Dave's Hot Chicken would like to sponsor, affiliate, partner, or endorse me in any way with free Dave's Hot Chicken, I would totally take that. I can say that, Peter. I can say that. You can't come in.